rich and exciting. And I actually remember winning my first round match, but I must have been ranked about 500 in the world or something. And it was just unbelievable to have that opportunity, and certainly felt inspired by the whole experience.
And for all the players who are here today from literally all four corners of the globe, who maybe are mid-teens and who don't get used to actually playing, I mean, we'll have a full house here today, again, of about 1,200 people. That's different as well. That gives it the sense of occasion.
Yeah, it does, and especially at this venue where the fans actually can get really close to the action. So it does feel intimate despite the vast space you've got here. And especially as a British player, if you've got that home support, it was something I certainly had never experienced before, and there's special moments that you want to try and take in.
And we actually spoke to so many people, or you largely spoke to so many people yesterday from all over the world for whom Wimbledon is a venue that they aspire to be part of, whether it's at the start of their career or as the career is ebbing away. On the first time, though, when you come here, you're left in no doubt about where you are because of the colour coding of everything. It's, the purple and the green. If you've been watching it on television, wherever in the world you live, you suddenly come here and it's there right in front of you.
Yeah, purple and green, that's associated with Wimbledon, and that is something special. I don't know about you in your house, but I've got a lot of purple and green in my house just to remind me of Wimbledon, how special a place it is. And that's something, I always want to be part of. And for everyone here as well, it's 3 matches. They've got to win to get 2 miles down the road and really be there on the big stage. But this is the start of the journey, and this is kind of where it all happens. When you think back even to a few years ago for someone like Coco Gauff coming through as a 15-year-old, 3 rounds of qualifying to earn her spot, and then famously beating Venus Williams in the first round. This is where it all starts.
We were on court 10 yesterday, which is where we've arrived now. That's where Philip Kohlschreiber was playing there yesterday, who was a Wimbledon quarter-finalist not so long ago. And so today really is where, if it's not quite where East meets West, but it's where people at the start of their careers who may become household names in years to come. I mean, that's the great thing about it. Meet people who are still thinking that it's worth one more throw of the dice to try and be on the big stage at the All England Club next week. These are the 4 matches that we've got lined up for you today. You can see that there's plenty of British interest for you, scattered through the morning and afternoon. And we mentioned Sara Errani earlier on when we were looking at that big numbers board, and she's featured in the 4th match towards the bottom end of the afternoon. And I don't know how good our timing's been here at all. It might have been all over the place, but as Anne and I walked backwards, we started off...
Don't trip up now, John.
Yeah, this is when it's all gone so well, and then suddenly, whoa, here we go again. But anyway, we're walking backwards because there is court number 11, and we've got, in fact, actually, we could actually walk. Let's walk around this way, actually. So, we're going to go in. We're going to go in. Oh, look at this timing here. So we're literally right by the edge of court 11, and you can see that the 2 players, Sarah Beth Gray from Great Britain and Olivia Gadecki of Australia, are just by the umpire, and they're just sitting down. And at this point, Anne, it's all done. It's up to you now, isn't it? Nobody can help. It doesn't matter. Your coach may be over there, your box may be over there, but now this is the moment of truth.
It really is, and a big moment for Beth Gray. She's playing here. She's played a lot of matches recently. She's got a big challenge on her hands against a young Australian player. But this is it. This is why all the training is worthwhile, and hopefully, you just hope you're able to put in a very good performance.
Okay, well, the door closes behind us, and the door's open for our 2 players on court at the moment, who are going to be watched by John Lloyd and Jamie Delgado.
First set, Sarah Beth Gray to serve.
Well, here we go.
Out. Love 15.
Oh, nicely done there. She says in her bio that grass is her best surface, although the results are best on clay. So maybe she threw that in just before the grass court season, just to sort of psych everybody out if they were going to play her. But that was pretty good evidence of getting up to that ball, that mid-court ball, and thumping away that backhand.
Yeah, you can see with her technique that she hits through the ball very well. So I can imagine her being quite effective on grass and her ball shooting through low on this particular surface. Already see Gadecki's got a good pace of shot, and she's any ball sitting up in her hitting zone, she's really going to step in and be aggressive of it.
Wow, that's a brilliant start to this match for Olivia Gadecki.
Gadecki, first game.
There's a lot of intention in that game, wasn't there? There was no messing around. She was taking that ball on the rise and sending out a message right away.
You can see the talent that she has and the easy timing, easy power. Very difficult shot that off a left-handed serve to go down the line for that forehand return. Exactly.
Yeah, she was #1 junior in Australia when she was 14, and then she was runner-up at under-16s, and then didn't quite capitalise on that for a little while, but she's only 20 years old, so she's got a long career ahead of her. And we do like this service motion that we've seen already. Let's see how effective it is. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, very good.
15 love.
Such an advantage, isn't it, to get some cheap points here and there. And women's game, there's so many good returners. It does help to get the odd cheap point. Andrew Bettles there in the crowd. British coach.
30 love.
Had a long stint with Svitolina for some years, very successful run, and has recently just started helping Gadecki.
Love.
Actually, next to him as well was Mark Taylor, who's been Ashley Barty's physical trainer as well in recent years. So she's got a couple of experienced people around her.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a lovely motion, isn't it? And what snap she gets on it.
To love. First set.
I mean, the angle she got on that serve, it's pretty impressive.
In 2021, she got a wild card into the Melbourne Summer Series and beat the #4 in the world at that time, Sophia Kenin. So obviously, she's got some class results already in her resume.
15 love.
You can see her again trying that forehand return down the line. Sarah Beth Gray on that juice court. She's standing quite far over, close to the sideline, leaving a big space down there.
30, love.
Well, obviously a big game this for Sarabeth-Gray. One break. Didn't really do too much wrong to lose that break, but obviously cannot go down 2 breaks in one set.
Love.
Well, once again, as you said, Jamie, again there's that big gap on that forehand side, isn't it, where Sarabeth-Gray serves and gives that opportunity. She missed that forehand down the line, Gadecki, but that's a bit risky. No, that's a good game. That will do the world of good. Sarabeth-Gray to get that one, get that game under her belt.
Leads 2 games to 1, first set.
Difficult to judge at the moment. It's you'd have to say really that Gadecki just came out swinging that first game and broke. I mean, I don't think really Sarabeth-Gray did too much wrong there to lose that first game. But at least you feel at least she's back in the match somewhere. It's only 1 break now.
Yeah, that was a big game just to hold on, just to keep herself in the set and just stick with it. Sometimes you lose a game and you haven't done anything too wrong, too many errors. Just hang in there, stay tough.
Yeah.
And things can change.
Time.
It's tough at the moment to
15, love.
Sarabeth-Gray to get into these points on the return of serve. It's the speed is good off these first serves, but it's also the spot she's hitting very close to the line, not really giving her much chance of getting that ball back into play. It's got to find a way somehow. Well, got it back, but
30,
it's too
love.
good. I mean, it's such a clean hit, isn't it? Such easy power. Not a bad return, but
no.
Direction right in the corner. It's too good.
Thirty, 15.
It's a good return off another solid serve. Good target. I like that. Straight down the middle of the court, not giving any angle away. Just keep making her come up with those shots. It's good variation
40,
as well, isn't it, so
15.
far on the
Yes.
serve.
Yeah, she's not really giving away any patterns there. She's varying it, not giving the same look twice.
Excellent return. So
40,
important
30.
as well when you're struggling to make headway on your opponent's first serve, that you capitalise when you do get a chance on a second serve. Just sending the right message there that she's going to try and attack some of these second serves if she gets the opportunity. Excellent return.
game, Gadecki.
Well, a better game there from Sarah
Gadecki leads by
Bethgrave.
3-1, first set.
Obviously didn't break, but made 2 or 3 good returns. At least she got something on the ball, so at least she feels like she's in the service game or the return service game. And obviously the main thing is taking care of business on her side of the court here and holding serve. Continuing in that same place, isn't it, on the service stance where she is. There's a lot of court to aim at down that line.
Love 15.
It also seems like she's serving out to the forehand a lot, knowing that the natural return is to come back cross court. So maybe she's sort of playing the percentages a little bit. But if Gadecki does connect down the line, she is in trouble.
Just pulling that shoulder down a little bit.
All.
Interesting standing that far to the side, because obviously that will take away the ability to really swing the serve down the tee as a lefty, which is so often such a big advantage for them, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that play.
30 all.
Yeah, anytime she has a chance to attack, it's not the position that Bethgrave wants to be in. She can't drop too many balls in the middle of the court sitting up there, because this girl is very comfortable coming forward. Beautiful volley into the open court.
Technique looks good there, doesn't it?
Yeah. And you can see her trying to go down the line, but it's not an easy shot.
It's not easy to catch up with the ball, isn't it? It's bending into you on that way, the lefty serve, pulling her into, and she's trying to get that ball out in front, guide it down the line, but hit a couple in the first game, but has missed a few since then. Well done. Good hold.
Gadecki leads by 3-2, first set.
Well, big family. Sarah Bethgrave, 3 elder sisters and 3 younger brothers. Can you believe that?
That is a big family.
Yeah, some of them played tennis, particularly her 2 sisters, Emily and Amy, and they actually played tennis to a national standard, so sort of in the family. But that's it's a big family support. I don't think any of them are out here watching at the moment, but I'm sure they follow her career obviously a lot.
Yeah, I think it's great, isn't it, when you have some brothers or sisters that also play and can understand a little bit what you're going through and appreciate how tough it is out there on the tour and to try and make a career out of it.
Yeah, not easy.
Love 15.
She's starting to make a few better returns, isn't she? Getting into a couple more points, which is good on the return games.
All.
Disappointed with that mistake there. Love 15. A reasonably regular ground stroke.
It's a lovely 1-2 punch, isn't it? That's
30-15.
get that serve in those type of positions and then just move up, and then you've got the whole open court here. Gets on top of that ball. Can't get that. No chance.
Return. I don't know if she intended to go.
I was
that
thinking the
much of an
same thing. That looked like a shot she was trying to hit down the middle and got it a little bit late. But of course,
I think that's the beauty of aiming down the middle, is that if you do get it slightly wrong, it can still go for a great return to either side. Again, giving herself another chance in this game.
lucky that. I think if we had Hawkeye, there might have been an appeal on that one, but she's certainly doing what you were suggesting. On any time there's a second serve, she really tries to get ahead in this rally, doesn't she? She's realised that that's the most important. Oh, that was, I think, maybe just out, I think, but.
Yeah, she's definitely gotten to a couple of good second serve returns.
Game, Gadecki. Gadecki leads by 4-2, first set.
You can see herself sort of nodding to herself there slightly. I think she's feeling like she's getting into a couple of games, and hasn't quite happened for her yet, but she getting closer. And another big game coming up.
Love.
Good hitting from the baseline.
15-all.
Slightly slow coming up to that shorter ball there. She seems to be getting decent pace on her ground strokes. Matching Gadecki in a couple of these rallies.
30-15.
Good serve of the, good use of the serve out wide on the juice court. The lefty getting that easy ball 3 to put away.
All.
Well, even though that serve was coming into her a little bit, lefty into her forehand, the pace wasn't quite enough there from Beth Grain, so Gadecki had enough time to really get around that, hit the inside out forehand. See a big point here.
Replay the point. The line umpire started making a call, but the ball was in. First serve.
How did he start to make a call? Did he move his hand,
First
or did he say out?
I think he started.
I didn't quite get that, but okay.
Doing a good job of hanging in this set and sticking around.
There's certainly not much sort of change-ups in this game. Both of them, and they're just hitting such firm ground. So I haven't seen too many slices or no drop shots yet. Ooh.
Yay,
Good
great.
hold.
New balls, please. Gadecki leads by 4 games to 3. First set.
Well, she's certainly hanging in because there's been some pace coming at her, and Gadecki has really done so well on her serve. She just looks so solid in that department, doesn't she? And unfortunately, Beth Gray there got that early breakdown, and she's sort of been playing catch-up. But she looks a very talented player, the Australian. I mean, only 20 years old. You can see that there's, to me, there looks like there's a lot of improvement in her game as well that she could bring into it. But there's definitely some good material to work with.
Yeah, she's got a lot of quality, sort of easy power on both sides, forehand, backhand, and has that serve as well, where she's able to get decent variation and good pace as well. So she can sort of put it all together. I'm expecting her to move the rankings quite quickly. More variation maybe in her ground strokes, use a bit of slice and maybe change the pace every now and again, but she's got that much power. Probably feels like cracking it the whole time.
I'd like to see what she's like at the net. We saw one forehand volley with the technique looked really good, but it was a comfortable volley, but we haven't seen either player really come in yet. Oh, that looked, I thought that was a fault. Did they call? No?
That did look long.
That was long.
Still that second serve is still shooting through very fast.
That's a good serve.
30 love.
Gadecki's one of 11 Australian qualifiers in this event. 11 players they've got in here. It's a bit unfair. I think we should put a limit on that. No more than 5. Don't be greedy.
It's a great number, isn't it?
40 love.
It's a lovely serve.
Yeah, decent spin on that. Good slices on top of the pace that she has as well. Very good looking serve.
Not much you can do at the moment, Beth Gray.
5 games to 3.
If you had a little earpiece in Beth Gray, would you maybe suggest moving where to stand, maybe a little bit further back, or a little bit something change up? Or
yeah, I mean, on grass it can be a bit tricky to move too far back because Gadecki's also using the angles pretty well. But somehow, just to take her eye off the ball a little bit, or maybe move around on a second serves as well. Try and. Been doing a better job on the second serve return, but that's one way to get through to the first serve, is attacking their second serve.
15 love.
A couple of games Beth has got into and just made a couple of unforced errors in the actual rally.
Yeah. No, she read that well, didn't she? She had a 50-50 decision whether to move out to the backhand side or stay where she was, and she stayed where she was. And
it's a classy shot. It's just sort of rolling the ball cross-court short.
Yeah, loved it.
Showing that she's got the hands, not to just to step in and hit the ball hard, that she's able to use the angles as well.
15.
That should have been quite an effective serve for Beth. That lefty into the Gadecki's forehand on the juice court. She did make that big one in the first game of the set, but she's had a lot of success serving there throughout the set now.
Left for service.
Yeah, it's a good serve, that body serve. We don't see much of that on the men's circuit anymore, do we? Because they just go for aces. It's like, why bother to go for a body serve? I don't need to. I can serve aces all day long. But the women use it a lot more.
40, 15.
Absolutely. Quite tough to convince the men to go for body serves when they feel that they just connect.
They throw the ball up, and why would I do that at 130 miles an hour? I don't want to get a ball possibly coming back.
I still do think it's a good idea, though, to throw in a few body serves.
I agree.
Game, great.
Another excellent hold there.
Gadecki leads by 5
Taking
games
care
to
of
4
business.
per set. Time.
Joey De Beer on the left there. Head of Strength and Conditioning in Tennis Australia. Travelled with Tim Henman for a while.
Now, she's managed to serve so beautifully in this set, but this is different when you serve for the set. Let's just see if that first serve percentage drops a little bit. It's a little bit tight. Oh, I didn't mean it. I was just saying it may happen. Oh, that's a pity, wasn't it? got to make that, haven't you? Serving for the set, second serve.
Yeah, that's a... She'll want that return back. It's got to be made in the court, even if it's straight down the middle of the court, and get yourself in the rally. Ask the question. That's a bit of a let-off.
Oh, are you kidding me? She's laughing. Yes, I meant to hit that at 110 miles an hour.
Oh, what a return.
What a forehand.
Tennis, you missed that second serve return, and then you hit that shot the next point.
And again.
Great contact.
30.
Telling herself to just move forwards a little bit.
Yep.
Body behind the ball. Again, good direction up the middle of the court. Need another one right here.
Makeable. It was a good serve. But it was in a pocket there and just didn't quite get enough on it. Didn't quite extend enough.
That's the beauty of making just a solid return and asking the question and not the unforced error. First break point of the set.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's a good sign, isn't it, when you're down a break point like that and you use that serve and you don't serve an ace, but it's just right in the corner and just gets you set up for that pretty easy second ball, but she got up to it quickly, though.
Yeah, dealt with that very well, very decisive. Good composure.
Advantage, Gadecki. Led for service.
Either for pace, hit the ball too hard, straight through the middle of the court.
Oh, that was Olga Moritsova there in the crowd, former Wimbledon finalist.
Advantage, great.
Couple unforced errors coming from Gadecki's racket in this game. She did get a little bit nervous, like you might have suggested.
Well, it's always a different thing, isn't it? I mean, she's looked so immaculate on her service games, and those type of shots she's missed this game She certainly wasn't missing in the previous 4 service games. Oh, that's a great effort from Beth Gray there. You couldn't see that coming, really.
5 games all. First
Fantastic. Good, I think, a huge return at 15 love that she made.
That was a joke.
Kept her in the game. But 2 or 3 solid returns. Stayed in the rally a little bit longer. Got her reward.
There's Olga Moritz over there. She was a graceful player in her day. Certainly came to net a lot more than the 2 players that are playing out here.
Still is a great player, she would say.
Oh, okay. Well, she may be.
Love 15.
Done so well to stay in this set.
Yeah. When you think about the lack of matches that she's played this year, she was out for 5 months. This is a tremendous effort. In contrast, her opponent has been in 3 finals this year, has played 4 times the amount of matches. Oh, that's a superb point. It was really the forehand down the line that got her into that position.
Yeah, she opens up the court perfectly here.
Yeah.
Good awareness as well, just seeing Beth struggling on the defensive slice and sneaking into the net just to finish the point off, but great all-round point. Good power, good direction. Big game here for both players. Gadecki will be eager to keep her nose in front. But Gray's playing so tough.
She certainly could do with a few more first serves, though.
It's that forehand that's made a couple of errors as the set has gone on.
That's broken down a bit, isn't it? The backhand's been rock solid, but the forehand, most of the time they're in the net, aren't they, as well?
Sort of slightly decelerating, not as aggressive as she was earlier on in the set.
And then just comes up with 30, that one.
40.
5-all, 30-all, huge point, and the last really telling forehand return down the line that she made was in the first game of the first set. What a return that was. It's in that area that Beth does leave open a little bit.
Yep.
Still great contact, great return.
Had a chance there. Had a chance on that forehand.
Gadecki leads by 6 games to 5.
Good effort to break back after the disappointment of losing the serve when serving for the set. That was a good effort, wasn't it, really? I mean, it's, you You know, she missed a couple of forehands in this game, but that was the shot really. When she got that back, she just sort of bunted it back. But I think there, Beth Gray had the chance to really do some damage on the next shot. And she sort of played a ball right back into the strike zone area and then got behind and had to defend after that, which was a pity because she should have really won that rally.
Yeah, she just let the ball drop a little bit and should have really come forward and knocked off what would have been a reasonably straightforward volley. There's just a little bit of indecision there. Maybe lack of matches, lack of confidence in a really important moment. But it was it did cost her in that last point, no doubt.
It's hard to believe that Gadecki will make the same mistake again the second time round, where she definitely got a little bit tight. But you have to love the attitude here of Beth Gray. I mean, she's, as I say, almost hardly any matches this year, and what an effort she's made so far.
Yeah, she's a hard worker. Having watched her the last couple of years training next door here at the National Tennis Centre, she's her intensity is very, very good every day.
Love 15.
That's a good start. Did well to get back into this point. And that was a beautiful backhand. Really good dip on that shot. Yeah, that's too good.
Yeah, it really is.
15
Two excellent forehands off the side that has missed a few in the last couple of games, but very important point. Stays calm, goes back behind. Beth's got no chance to get that one back.
Yeah, it's a tough serve.
30-15.
Yeah, it's helped her out a lot in this set. Got her a bunch of cheap points. She'll need that here in this game, serving it out. Or trying to anyway, for the second time.
I'll tell you what, that second serve was close.
40-15.
She really went for it. I think they just clipped the line.
And her forehand just inside the baseline as well.
Exactly. That brings up 2 set points.
An aggressive game. First point of this game. That second serve was on the service line as well. She's played a very good game so far.
Oh, it's good striking.
Gadecki, 7-5.
Deserved that first set. Very aggressive in that game. And she takes the first set, Olivia Gadecki, 7-5.
Well, from court 11 to court 14, where they're just sitting down between games at the moment. Britain's Maya Lumsden from Bears Den in Glasgow is playing here against Katinka von Deichmann of Liechtenstein. Lumsden is to the actually not under the parasol at the moment. She's lost the first set, and she's a breakdown now in the second set. 24 years old. She actually played in a good final a few years ago against Paula Badoza of Spain, who's actually playing at Eastbourne this afternoon against Britain's Jodie Burridge in one of the marquee games at the Eastbourne tournament today. And just to say, her opponent at this end, Von Dijkman from Liechtenstein, just interesting looking at her CV. She's won many, many medals at an event that I confess I've never heard of, which is the Games of the Small Countries of Europe. I'm not quite sure what qualifies you to be a small country in Europe, but she's won lots of medals at tournaments in Cyprus, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and similar countries across the continent. Anyway, from me on court 14, let's go to court 2.
Yes, well, a player who's not from a small country is Timea Babos. She is a 4-time Grand Slam doubles champion and was ranked 25, as high as 25 in the singles ranking as well. It's been a pretty one-sided match here. She's up against the German Katharina Gerlach, who looks slightly uncomfortable, I think it would be fair to say, on a grass court. Babos has totally dominated, won the first set 6-1 in just 21 minutes and isn't too far from crossing the finish line here. Just needs to maintain her focus, but Gerlach is throwing a lot of junk her way, not going out without a fight. But Timea Babos looking to work her way back up on the singles ranking.
And Von Dijkman, who you can see she's got quite substantial strapping on her right shoulder there, but she hits a mean ball, and she's 30 love on her serve. As I said, a set and a breakup against Maya Lumsden from Great Britain at the far end. Okay, I think they're ready to go for the second set back on court 11. Let's go back to Jamie and John.
Good start to this second set for Beth Gray. Lost in the first set, lost her opening serve and almost recovered at the end when she broke back once when Gadecki was serving for the set, but still ended up losing a tight set 7-5, but obviously wants to get on board early in this set. Like to get that first serve percentage up a bit from that first set as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the percentage of points won when she actually does get it in, 55% off the first serve is too low. Just get a little bit more on it, a little bit more aggressive on the first ball. If the return comes back, try and dictate a few more points.
That was not a good game. It was almost like the Aussie there just took a game to relax. You know, after she just won the first set in a bit of a squeaker, there she made 3 errors off second serves in almost in the middle of the net. So just needs to get back into her mindset here.
Yeah, and Beth Gray's not the girl that you want to relax with, because she's, you know, her intensity will be high and she'll be looking to capitalise on anything that comes her way. Big game coming up for Gadecki, just to settle down into this second set.
Love. 30, love. Let for service. Let for service.
Yep, one more and you get a prize. I think if you can hit three lets in a row, give it the point. Give it the point. Change it up.
Good idea. That's an area she's got to tighten up on a little bit. That's 2 second serve returns in a row missed. You can't afford that. Got to make life as difficult as possible for your opponent.
I think that Gadecki serve, though, what I like about her, when she misses the first, the second, she flattens it out sometimes, but she has also got that good kick on it as well. I think in women's tennis, you know, a lot of points are won by the strike on the second serve, and her second serve is so good that will hold her, I think, in really good stead when she, you know, starts going up the next levels, and I'm sure she will. Wow.
Gadecki.
What a shot. Good return from Beth. Nothing wrong with that.
No.
That's too good.
You know, those are the shots when you hit them like that, and then a winner comes at you. It's like, okay, I'm just going to keep making you do that. And if you can do that, well, you're a better player than me, that's for sure. Because that was a good return, and even better, backer down the line.
Absolutely. Good open stance backhand. So important these days, that open stance, forehand and backhand, both the men and women's game. Nice little change up from Beth. She's been serving out wide most of the time on that juice court. Catching Gadecki out that time.
And that first return there where she blocked it wasn't a bad block, actually, and that's become such an important shot on the men's game, particularly off first serves, where you don't have time for a full swing and you punch it back, but you've got to get it back deep enough where it puts you back into a 50-50 scenario in the rally.
Yeah, such an important shot because not many people are serve volleying anymore, exactly. So you just got to make sure you get enough on it, more of a punch.
Yeah.
Rather than floating it too much.
Love.
Still sticking to that forehand down the line return when she can. She made an important one at 5-all, 30-all in the first set.
Well, that's an excellent game there.
Gray leads by 2 games to
Beth
1.
Gray.
Second set. First set got
Good start to this second set. She leads by 2 games to 1, but down the set.
Yeah, you can see a fighting spirit, can't you, Beth? And
Yeah.
after what she's been through the last 4 or 5 months, it's just so difficult when you're going through those moments, and your mentality kind of gets you through. And you can see that in her performance today. She's basically been behind the whole time, really. She kept going.
Yeah, she's playing against someone who's played vastly more matches than her this year because of the health reasons, and has played at a level above to a certain extent in some of the tournaments that Gadecki has played in, and she's holding her own. And she hasn't buckled, and there were periods where she could have gone down quickly, but she's held her serve well and almost got back in that first set. Still on serve, 1-2 in the second set.
It's too good. Great shot.
15 love.
Again, not a bad return.
No, they're not the points that you should be upset with. That's too good. Flat hit through the court. Good speed.
Love.
Again, that's that 1-2 punch from Gadecki. It's very impressive, isn't it? It's not easy to get her on the back foot because the serve is there's pace, but there's also this precision. And unless you hit it absolutely perfectly, she just gets on top of you in that second shot all the time.
Yeah, the sound off the racket as well when she hits the ball. There's a good thump. Good, you can feel the heaviness of the hit. Too strong. Great hitting, great serving.
2 games all, second set.
It's that ability to play the match on your own terms is such a great quality. It's kind of reminding me a little bit, not as good at this stage, obviously, as a Lindsay Davenport who used to just serve big and anything in her hit zone, just hit winners.
Exactly. And Lindsay Davenport, who's obviously world #1, an amazing player, but she wasn't the best mover on court, so her game plan was to have the strike capabilities where she got you on the run, and she certainly did that well.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel this Gadecki's kind of game style it's not dissimilar to that.
Yeah, but she moves better though.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Just with that, again, with that service place where she stands there, that's great. I wonder if that's just normal or whether this was tactical for this particular match. It'll be interesting to find that out, because it's very strange the way she stands that far over every time.
30 love.
That'll feel good, getting a G pointer on a serve. Hasn't had loads of those. All welcome. that's an impressive serve, because she was still standing over, but she managed to get that ball swerving down the tee. Very accurate.
Well, another
Gray
superb
leads by
hold.
3 games to 2, second set. First set, Gadecki.
Hanging in well this set. Up 3-2, but no breaks, and down. Lost the first set 7-5.
Yeah, going back to sort of getting into some of these return games, I think that's where a block return can sometimes work well, where at least the ball comes back with a bit of slice, and maybe the return can stay a bit lower. It's a little bit more difficult for Gadecki to rip the first ball.
And it's a shot you can learn, can't you?
Yeah.
There's no reason why not. And certainly players that I've seen on the tour have improved that vastly. I mean, some, early days you would see them sort of float it back, and they've learned just to get that punch more, where it becomes a position where you're not putting yourself in trouble after the first hit.
I mean, it's absolutely worth a try to try and get in the some more points.
Absolutely. That's the rule I want to change. Throw the ball up, you have to hit it.
I think it'll be a good rule, actually. Good rule change, that.
Yeah, I think so. I'd love to watch some of them have to hit the ball when they throw the ball about 10 yards to the right or whatever. I've never understood why
Love 15.
pros should be able to hit it, have a second chance at a ball toss, even third sometimes if you're a professional. If you can't throw the ball in the right place, sorry, but I don't care if it's windy or whatever. Oh, talking about that's what he thinks of my my
suggestion.
Suggestion.
It's a bit unnerving, that, serving behind in front of that. She's probably feeling lucky she didn't get drenched there. Part of the court's probably still a bit wet.
Yeah, I think she's looking where it came from. What the heck did I do?
A clean strike.
15-30.
Connected on quite a few good first serve returns now. Slightly inside out. It's tough to get that back. Right in the corner.
Not much backspin on that forehand. Just used the pace of the serve. Leaned into it. What an opportunity there. 15-30, second serve right into her strike zone area, and just overcooked that backhand.
It's those points that make such a big difference in matches.
Yeah, and then that happens right afterwards.
30.
It's even more annoying.
Just having that. So many players hit the ball in a similar way, whether you're 100 or 300 or 50 in the ranking, and it's just sometimes those really important points, the second serve return. The very best players in the world will just somehow get that in play and get themselves in the point.
Oh, great serve.
Gadecki.
Well, I think we were talking about that yesterday. If you were sort of going down this row of courts, which they have here, and you didn't know what the rankings, and you had people from even the top 10, you didn't know who they were, they had a bag over their heads or whatever, and they were just hitting balls. You really couldn't tell the difference between the top 10 and the top 100, 150, the actual striking capability. But it's what they do on the big points. That's what makes the difference.
100%.
That time she got out of the way of that forehand, that lefty coming into her. She had enough time on that one, redirected the forehand well. And you're playing against the serve, and you've been struggling a little bit, and you get that love 15. It's just gives you such a burst of energy to know at least you started the game and you're a little bit in front.
Love 30.
Have to be careful in this game. Forced error there. Again, good second serve return from Gadecki, straight up the middle of the court again. Getting herself into the point and got herself a mistake out of it. Crunch time here for Beth.
Oh, that is outstanding. What a time for that. That's the shot that she's missed a lot of them, but on a couple of big points with that gap that she's been shown, she's made, and that was a big point to do that on. 3 break points. Oh, no.
Game, Gadecki.
Did all the hard work there.
Gadecki leads by 4 games to 3. Second set.
Now,
and
obviously,
by 1 set to love.
in big trouble. Lindsay up 7-5 and 4-3 with a break.
Yes, that forehand return up the line from Gadecki. There's been a few important moments in this match that she's lost quite a few points with it, but she's made one at 5-all, 30-all, a big one to break in the first game in the first set, and again a big point there at love 30 to break here in the second set.
Yeah, that's right. It's come through when she's needed it to, and this was obviously a point here that this was Beth Graves obviously shouldn't have lost that one. She was already down love 40, but still had a chance to get back into it. But I think with Beth Gray here, if she doesn't get through this match, she certainly has justified the wild card that she had coming in here.
Absolutely. I think she's done really well, performed well, competed well. When you look at the year that she's had, the misfortune with the heart situation she's had, she's held her own.
Yep. Now then, getting close to a big win. Again, it's that depth on that second serve.
15, love.
It's almost no, I mean, there is a difference in speed between the first and second serve, but the second serve has been, I mean, just hitting spots over and over again.
Yeah, it's been very consistent as well, isn't it? Lack of double faults as well. spoken so many times, isn't it? A good first serve. Beth doing just enough to get the return back, but then that first ball after the serve, just putting it away. Too much pace, too much power. Easy power as well. Good acceleration there with the wrist as well on contact. It's just so offensive of her first shot after the serve again, just rushing Beth a little bit too much, getting there a bit too late. Impressive performance.
Oh, well, that's the first attempt at a drop shot. It didn't make it, but
40-15.
it was actually the right shot because Beth Gray was quite a ways behind the baseline there, but didn't quite get the technique right.
Guess if you're going to try at 40 love's not a bad time.
Yes, exactly.
Second serve on the service line again.
Amazing.
Gadecki leads by 5 games to 3, second set.
Really has been an impressive serving performance.
Yeah. Yep.
15 love.
Take that.
Take that and love it and apologise and don't mean it at all.
Speak for yourself, John.
Yeah. She would like 3 more of those right now. Yeah, good serve, good body serve.
30 love.
On these occasions, you know, best way, she's just got to hang in there. You never know. If you can hold this game, she got tied in the first set. Gadecki, when she served for it and then serving for the match, she'll probably get tight again. You never know. Things can change so quickly in this game.
Won so many points with that sort of lefty serve into the forehand there, but also on some of the biggest points, actually, Gadecki has made that great return up the line that's made the difference.
Left for service. 40-15.
Great effort and great attitude as
Gadecki
well.
leads by 5 games to 4, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Not over yet, even though she is down. Gadecki 7-5, 5-4 up, serving for the match. Impressive game, that last game, I thought.
Yeah, hanging in there again, as she has done the whole match, and a bit more intent as well in her ground strokes there. That last forehand up the line was beautiful. They so low with her legs and really attacked the ball. Went after it a little bit more, and you can see she's still
got a good attitude, isn't she?
Still hanging in there, and like you say, after what happened in the first set, she broke back. Why can't she do it again?
Absolutely. She's certainly going to go for it, that's for sure. It's one of the best service games she's played.
Time.
Now we have the number 27 seed at this qualifying for the championships. Gadecki serving for the match.
Excellent point from Gray. Again, good hitting, decisive hitting, and the good depth on the ball. Getting that short reply. Not going away easily.
Well done again. The depth on the forehand and the backhand in that rally.
15.
Yeah, just in the nick of time as well. And a couple of times she's come to the net and hit some nice knock-off forehand volleys.
Maybe that's an area of the game which she'll work on, that mid-court area. Coming in a little bit more. She certainly looks capable up there.
Especially with her game, she's going to get so many chances, isn't she, with the way she hits the ball.
Yep. Now then.
15-30.
Another good point from Gray. Solid points. Again, good depth on her ground strokes. Nervous coach in the stand there.
Yeah. Seen a few first serves in this game. Well, she's paying the price for that too.
15-14.
Vandeweghe definitely getting on top of those second serves.
She's just taken something slightly off that second serve. She's been so aggressive on it the whole match. The last two have just sat there a little bit.
Yep.
Better get a good hit on.
Oh. Well, that was a
30-40.
bit of a shaky second serve there, but the forehand rescued her and got her back into the point.
You got a bit lucky there with the net called Gadecki off that forehand. Should be wanting one of her big serves right now.
Left. Second service.
Well, what a great effort from Vandeweghe.
5 games all, second set.
Again, where did that come from in the second set? You couldn't see that happening, a break back, but as in the first set, Gadecki definitely got tight as she did when she served for the first set. And that second set there, all credit to Vandeweghe. She did some good shots, but there were a lot of second serves that came at her. The pace seemed to go from Gadecki's serve, and now back at 5-all. Good effort.
Just feel that momentum just slightly swinging Vandeweghe's way now. Important the first couple of points in this game. The last set she lost the first couple and the momentum left her quickly.
A long way out, did the right stuff, the right thing to get into that position, and then the drive forehand volley.
Yeah, she just needs to regroup a little bit, slow down. Get a bit uptight.
Thirty, 15.
2 shaky points in a row.
30 all.
A double fault and a pretty comfortable looking forehand that she missed by a long way. Now she's got to get back into good mindset here.
Such a good feeling for Beth there. She's nervous. Gets a cheap point off serve. Just helps her settle. She could do with another missed return here.
Well, this is a great effort from the Brit.
Gray leads by 6 games to 5. Second set. First set got it.
Down to set 7-5, but up 6-5 in the second set on serve. Well, what is going through Gadecki's head right now? You sort of wonder at that changeover before when she was serving for the match. You know, was she sort of, did it sink into her mind thinking, I mustn't lose this? It's sort of almost like a protection thing rather than go after it. It's almost, that's something that a coach, I mean, you can give instructions when you get in this position, but you can't force what goes through the mind.
No, it's so tough to stay in the present. It's something that the players are always trying to do, but it's almost impossible to do it all the time. And only human nature to think of maybe winning or losing that position. But right now, she's obviously lost her way the last couple of games. She's got to get back now to what she's been doing previously in the match to get her in the position that she was.
Yeah. Well, didn't see this score coming about 5 minutes ago. But now Olivia Gadecki is serving to stay in this second set and to get into a tiebreaker.
Love 15.
Definitely lost her way a little bit here, and Beth Gray's got to play so tough now, make every single return, make Gadecki play every single ball. She's making some mistakes now.
What a return of serve.
Love 30.
Again, getting so much purchase on it, so much depth. Rushing Gadecki off a first serve return. Momentum completely switched.
Well, again, great effort from Sarah Beth Gray. 10 minutes ago, opponent serving for the match, and now she has got 3 set points. First one saved. Good, big, heavy forehand. Her first serve, the pace, the accuracy of it has just dried up a little bit. Mm.
Gonna need to find it pretty quick.
A little bit of a miss hit on that last shot, but the forehand, the
30,
previous forehand did the damage, that inside-out forehand, and considering the position she was in there at 15-40 and has not been playing well, that was a very good shot and a brave shot. Still saving, got one more set point to save though. Brilliant. Brilliant return of serve.
Great.
And a brilliant set.
7 games to 5, 1 set all.
Tremendous effort there. And Sarah Beth Gray takes the second set 7-5, 1 set all.
Well, if you ever needed proof of how tennis is a game of momentum, that match is proving it. Goodness me, it's just going one way completely at the moment. And, well, Beth Gray must be fancying her chances. Back for the third set very shortly. Now, a couple of matches to bring you up to date with. Sadly for Maya Lumsden from Bears Den in Glasgow. Her qualifying competition has ended at the first hurdle, beaten by Katinka von Dijkman of Liechtenstein in straight sets. And that's the decisive moment there. And on the adjacent court, court 15, Elsa Giacomo of France has been beaten by Lisette Cabrera of Australia. And we've got a couple more results and interesting interviews to bring you once the third set has concluded on court 11. But as we watch what was a really exciting finale to that match, let's go back to Jamie and John, because this match really could go anywhere now, couldn't it? And a lot of food for thought for both players, but noticeably the Australian. Well,
final set, great to serve.
Interesting set now. Here, Beth Gray certainly has the momentum mentally, and Gadecki has got to really get that mind back in gear here. 1 set all.
Incredible first point.
15 left.
We're going to be in for a good set if they're all going to points going to be like this.
Talk about chasing lost causes. Looked like she was done here, and not only did she get it, but look at that around the outside of the ball.
Yeah, very good hands there from Beth Gray. The momentum's with her. Needs to keep it going for as long as she can here.
Wow. Well, that was a hangover shot from the end of the second set. She's thinking too much now and not playing on instinct, and it's pressure is getting to her. Good start to this game, opening service game.
Just feel that intensity from Beth Gray. Sensing that her opponent's a little bit down.
Game, great.
Great start to the third set.
New balls, please. First game, final set.
No letdown whatsoever. She leads 1-0 in the third set. Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? How this game can, how much of it is mental. It's just a you just cannot believe she's turned this around. I mean, the intensity of her fighting ability is tremendous, but Gadecki really just had this match in her hands.
Yeah, and I love tennis is great. You get so many ebbs and flows in matches, and you have to deal with these situations. If you're going to get up there in the rankings, you do have to get through a lot of matches like this where you're winning or you're losing or you're so many different things happening, and you have to find a way to keep your mind as clear as possible in all of these moments.
And it's interesting you say that, Jamie, because on the women's circuit, not in the slams, but of course they're allowed coaching on the court. And so here they're not. And so there were occasions here where I'm sure Gadecki, and Gray were both sort of like coaches out here just to sort of reinforce things. And you've got to figure it out on your own.
Right, so just what she needed. Yeah, absolutely. Especially for, I think, Gadecki after that second set loss. I think she would have needed a chat there from Andrew Bettles, just a sort of a calming voice and reminding her what she does well and what's working for her, and trying to keep her in the present moment as much as possible. Just that message that Gray is sending across the net of someone that's just not giving up on anything, and now she's getting fired up, and Gadecki will know that she's in for a tough set here if she's going to get through this.
Gadecki, 1-game-all, final set.
Well, Gadecki certainly needed that hold. There's no doubt about that. She got the mind back in time there. The first service game with Beth Gray, she was still, I think, thinking about what how she'd lost that second set, but now she's back to business again.
Yeah, she somehow had to stop that little rut of games of 4 games in a row. Those games can keep rolling too fast sometimes if it's all happening too quick and you're on a bad run. Big game for her.
Good tennis.
Love 15.
Great shot. She's quite far back in the baseline. To generate that much power from back there is not easy. Good shape, good height over the net, good clearance. Just gives her that little bit of extra safety.
All.
That's where the qualifying is so good. There's so many tough matches going on and big third sets and so much on the line. It's great to watch players out there competing for the place in the main draw.
Yeah, qualifying is rough. I tried it twice and lost both times. Thank goodness I didn't have to come back for a while.
Yeah, I was fortunate to get through the qualifying a few times. It's great feeling.
Okay,
Doing it the hard way.
You don't have to brag about it. As you said, I lost
No,
twice.
because I'm not bragging much about in the main draw. I have to stick to something. Great return.
30 all.
You qualified 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
That is good.
5 sets. Each time, each last round all went to 5 sets.
That's even better. I might take you out for dinner for that. Because that's good. That is tough.
Not up.
Great point. In that big forehand, which has been sort of a little bit up and down, but on some big points, she's come through it. And there was an example.
30, 40.
Just trying to change direction on that shot. Looked like she got low enough on the ball, but didn't quite sort of brush up on it enough. Bit too flat.
The ground stroke game was just a little bit more patchy. It was a bit more consistent throughout the first couple of sets.
Advantage, Gray.
Beth Gray so relentless, making you work for every point. I think that's starting to get through to Gadecki a little bit. Just starting snatching on a few returns, a few ground strokes.
Game Gray. Gray leads by 2 games to
Well,
1. Final set.
Magnificent hold there from Beth Gray. That really was. Down a break point. But she held on, and she's leading 2-1 in the 3rd set. Well, Beth Gray is certainly ticking a lot of boxes today, isn't she, for this performance, whether she comes through or not. Considering again what we emphasise again, that she had surgery, serious surgery, and was out for 5 months this year. It's a tremendous effort.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking on the physical side, to sort of get through a match like this. It's warm out there. It's there's been a lot of good rallies, high intensity hitting. She looks fresh, and that's a huge credit to her, to how well she's come back from her issues off the court.
Yep. Mentally, she looks so tough out here. So Olivia Gadecki. 1-2, 3rd set.
Love.
powerful striking going on in that rally.
15-all.
Yeah, such a good battle going on. Don't know where you sit with this, John, but it's on the coaching, whether you enjoy watching players figure it out for themselves.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
There's so much going on here between the ears now, tactically or emotionally.
Yeah.
And it's I like watching them figure it out for themselves.
I do too. And they say, well, there's coaching going on in the stands. Okay, there is little bits. Scratch their nose means serve to the forehand or whatever. Pull your ear, go to the backhand, come into net more, whatever. But I don't think those instructions that you get there, and there are some of them going, that's not enough to, I don't think, change a match. Not really change a match. If they were sitting on the court, then you can change a match big time. And I think that should be up to the players. That's just old school for me. But if the fans would want it and TV said they'd want it, then fine. But I haven't heard any evidence of that so far. Serve.
40-15.
Yeah, I've got to say, I quite enjoy the fact of the players kind of getting through it themselves and figuring it out and dealing with the tricky situations that always arise in these matches. And I think it's great in Davis Cup or Billie Jean King Cup to, you know, then you have the captains and you know, which makes those events unique in their own way. But I like watching them figure it out.
Yeah.
$40-30.
Well,
Yes.
not many of those today, but that's a big time to do one at 40-30. I think it's good that she's taking a bit of time here, though,
Wait a second, please.
just to reset.
Yeah, she missed a...
Don't quite know what that was all about.
Thank you. Advantage, Gadecki. Yes.
Does look like an area that she could improve. That's the slice backhand. Excellent when she's got two hands on the racket. She's able to really hit through the ball, but on a defensive slice like that, she didn't look unbelievably comfortable with that one. Good return from Gray.
Well,
Advantage, Gray.
well, that was one of the weaker forehands that we've seen there. That was a mid-court, top of the net. Break point. Really taking time now. Certainly not rushing on this one. She's got it.
Game, Gray. Gray leads by 3-1, final set.
Well, all credit. I mean, really, she's never doubted herself in this match, even when she was down on so many occasions. She's just kept on playing her game and being aggressive. And now the pressure is starting to tell on her opponent. She's worn her down a little bit. Still a long way to go, obviously, but great start to this third set.
Let for service.
Well, it looks like she's getting a little bit extra on her first serve even now. Really stepped it up in this third set, Gray.
Love. Thirty, 15. Led for service. Forty, 15.
Right, serving. Couple of cheap points already in this game.
40, 30.
Foot fault. It's the first one I've heard in the last 2 days. Well, that's rattled her a little bit, and
Yes.
that's a lack of concentration if it was a foot fault, and obviously it was called because she's not serving volleying. It looks like she's, I think she's standing on that line there. Not sure. But
Yeah, it can be a bit of a turning point, those things sometimes. Well,
got that out of her system. But I've never understood when people don't serve and volley, why you have to stand, put your foot so close to the line. Why even take that chance? Doesn't matter if it's next a couple of inches back. You're not getting any. Not 7 volleying. So why would you get that close? But anyway, she is pretty close there. No, she's not trying hard enough. She's throwing herself at everything there just to keep in the rally.
Use.
Still such a mental message, though. Even when you lose points like that, but you're chasing balls, it does go into your opponent's mind that, you know, later on they might just overpress on a few shots here and there, and it's that accumulation of pressure over a match, which she's done excellently today.
Advantage, Gray. Game, Gray.
So good. She is really in the zone at the moment.
Gray leads by 4-1. Final set.
Well, this is remarkable. What a turnaround. As Sarah Beth Gray leads 4-1 in the deciding set. She has played outstandingly, hasn't she? This towards the end of the second set and the beginning of the third here.
See how far she is behind the baseline. Look at this forehand that's coming up. Now she's so far back, but you're able to get that power. This accuracy from the forehand down the line. A little bit inside out. 6 feet behind the baseline.
Yeah, 6 feet at least. It's unbelievable.
Helps to have good timing that you can still generate that pace from back there. But mentally, she's got to Gadecki.
Time.
Yeah. Great attitude.
Unlucky. Had a good point to set it up, but just a little bit of indecision there of how quickly to move forward. Or I think she did have a little thought, maybe standing back and hitting that another ground stroke there. She got caught in the middle. Got to make a decision one way or the other.
Mess around with that one.
30, love.
I don't think too many people are getting that shot back. Been frustrating for Gadecki because she's played so well for so long. She unforced errors cost her at the wrong time.
40, love. 40-15.
Solid game.
Gray leads by 4-2, final
Yeah,
set.
it was needed, that game. Couple of big winners, backhand down the line, forehand down the line. Some of the shots that she was playing so consistently in the first couple of sets that have dried up a little bit, but still positive attitude there. Knowing she'll get, going to get chances to break back.
Looks like she pulled off that forehand.
Yeah, that deeper one, the slightly higher, deeper one, just slightly leaning back and a little bit to her left.
Yeah.
Body weight not going through the shot. Just snatching at it a bit, a little bit.
$30-15.
Not the time for that. 30-love lead goes away quickly. Outrageous.
Outrageous backhand on potentially the biggest point of the match so far. She's hit her best backhand of the match so far. See this open stance, using great use of her right hand to get the ball so short cross court. What a shot.
Looked like she was gone in that rally. Looked like she was defending. Didn't last long. Game point. What a hold. That really was. A little wobble at 30 love to get to 30 all, and then two fabulous points, and she now leads, Sarah Beth Gray leads 5-2 in the deciding set. Well,
what a shot she just came up with there at 30 all. We're just at the moment where this match was.
It's amazing.
Gadecki just had a little semi-opportunity to get the break back, and credit to Beth just coming up with an incredible backhand.
She's hardly played any matches this year. It's quite remarkable, really.
Yeah, she's done exceptionally well. We were giving her credit even when it was looking like she was going to lose, but she's and sort of saying how well she was doing. She's actually going to pull through this. Will be an incredible win for her.
Olivia Gadecki, well, she won't be thinking at the moment, but I'm sure she can't believe she's in this position, really.
Love.
Too good.
30 love.
She gets hold of it. She gets, this time in a defensive position, still able to create a lot of power.
There's been some fabulous glimpses of the weapon that forehand can be both ways, but then on the other hand, we've also seen some bad errors on crucial points as well. It'd be a difficult one if you were going to give her marks out of 10 on the report card, really, because it's all about what you do on the big points.
Out. 40 love.
Yeah, she's definitely let a few points slip. But there's been a lot of impressive tennis and a lot of reason to stay positive in her camp that she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Yep. Easy hold.
Gadecki.
Now then.
Gray leads by 5 games to 3. Final set.
And Beth Gray has looked nerve-free this set, really. She hasn't, there's been no hesitation with any shots. She's gone for it. Mentally, she's been the tougher of the two. But now this is a bigger question right here, serving for the match.
Yeah, it's what I love in tennis. There's so many different aspects of the mentality of hanging in there and being difficult to beat, and then in a position like this where you're actually now serving for the match yourself.
Out. Love 15.
Keep the feet moving.
Yeah, and that's the first thing that goes, is exactly right at the feet.
Stuck to the ground a little bit there. Happy feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit passive, I feel, on the first forehand after the serve, just retreating a little bit, letting Gadecki dictate the points. Which is not what you want.
That's what Gadecki did in the second set when she served for the match. Got passive. Although you have to do, You have to give credit to the Australian, though. She has played a tremendous game here.
Yeah, she has. She's dictated all the 3 points so far in the game. Smart serve right into the body, tying her up. Doesn't give her a chance to get the racket back at all, to have any shot at hitting a decent return.
Let for service. Let for service. Let for service.
Oh, that was outstanding play there from Gadecki. Talk about defending well. And then when you get the chance to go on the offense, she certainly did that. And what a wonderful break back. And now back on serve. Sarah Beth Gray still leading, only now 5-4 in the third set.
Well, there was a mixture here of Beth getting a little bit passive in the first couple of points in the game, but on this point, nothing she could do. Gadecki was defending beautifully, and as soon as she had the chance to step in, got herself dictating the point. Not a lot Beth did wrong in that game. Mixture of a little bit of passive play at the beginning and Gadecki just stepping up and being too good.
Yeah.
We'll go down to the wire. So flat.
So flat, yeah.
Straight through the ball. When she connects it like that, it's very difficult to chase down and defend.
Yep. Must be difficult watching either player when you're a coach. This has been up and down at crucial periods there in these 3 sets. But Olivia Gadecki doing well there to hang in there and break back, and now she's serving at 4-5 in the third set.
Love.
Was she sorry on that one, John?
Don't think so. No, that's the second one. She said actually both have been at big points. Again, she wants 3 more of those. Serve.
30-15.
Seems to have got herself back together and more clarity in what she's doing and simplicity as well in her ground strokes and serving a bit better again.
40-15. Game Gadecki. New balls, please.
Solid hold.
5 games all.
Yeah,
Final
she played a
set.
good game there. Good serves.
You know, the momentum shifts a little.
First point in this game. Crucial.
Yep.
For both players. Both players hitting so hard straight up the middle of the court that time. Tough to change direction when the ball is coming so hard and flat straight through the middle. Good start to the game for Gray.
Love.
Good serve there, but
30-15.
Beth Gray there had a chance on that first forehand to do a bit more damage, and she hit it back down the middle. Gadecki was able to capitalise that big forehand.
Great return.
30 all.
Second serve just a touch short. Gadecki's hitting zone. Stay aggressive. These moments of the match. Still go for big targets, but you've got to make sure you keep hitting the ball. That's a good solid ball straight up the middle, but Gadecki just losing a bit of balance there, just falling off to her right there on that backhand. Players have been out here for a little while now.
Yeah, it's always getting on for 2.5 hours. That is too good. Beautifully struck forehands. Again, on that, getting a couple too many second serves to have a go at, and she started off the rally and got the first strike in, and then the forehand just dominated.
Beautiful last forehand. You can see the racket head speed getting under the ball just to get that spin up and down over the net.
Left for service.
Good serve right into the right hip. Decent speed in there as well, just caught her out. Smart serve. Much better first forehand there from Beth. It's aggressive, got a short reply off the return, but stayed up the court, dictated play. Such a difference when you can just get a little bit more pace on the serve. Just Gadecki had just a little bit too much time on that second serve.
Maybe the best rally we've had the whole match in terms of ball striking, toe to toe.
Yeah, it was excellent hitting from both players. Both of them really committing to every shot. Good ball speed, rushing that forehand of Gadecki. The side that's brought more unforced errors. Excellent tennis from Gray.
Well, a tremendous hold there from Beth Gray.
Final set.
She leads 6-5 in the third set.
It's great to watch.
Oh, good tennis, isn't it? Striking is just ball striking in that one rally there where we're going, what, I don't know how many shots, I can't remember. It's 14, 16 and full power, and they were all within sort of 2-3 feet of the baseline, fully committed to it. And Gadecki just missed the forehand at the end, but the standards just jumped up now as it's got towards the end of the match.
Yeah, which is exactly what you want to see. You want to see people raise their level at the important moments and towards the end. You can just feel that Beth just loves the fight, loves the tussle. Loves the competition.
Time.
This is what she's been training for.
Serving to stay in the match. 5-6 in the third.
Love.
Tried to block the return there. Beth Gray, little change up. It was good to see.
Love.
No, she would have loved a few serves like that when she served for the match in the second set. Didn't make any of those. First serve went all over the place. Got the rhythm back now, and she'll need it if this likely goes into the champions tiebreaker.
Good response after a tough game at 5-all. A couple of chances to break. She dealt with this game very well.
And there we go.
6 games all, final set. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point tiebreak will now be played.
Yeah, first to reach 10, to win by 2 points. And this was great that all the slams have gone to the same 6-all in the tiebreaker in the third or fifth sets. This is a true test, this tiebreaker. This can go on for a long time.
Gadecki.
Perfect start for Gadecki in attacking the return into that open space that Gray leaves when serving to the deuce court.
Well, back on serve. The mini break didn't last long. And with this tiebreaker, you've got sort of a reasonable amount of time to get back in position. If you go down 2 or 3 points, first to 7 goes really quickly.
Gadecki.
Nicely done. Easy knockoff, was so close to the net, you could just hit the ball straight down almost there, but
yeah,
again, it's the serve that set it up.
You're always thinking, I mean, you want to win every point, obviously, but you're always in the back of your mind thinking if you can just win 1 out of the 2 points when you're receiving serve, it puts you in a good position. That's just a strong forehand set up by the good wide serve, but no hesitation, just crunching that forehand away.
Let for service.
Couple of
3-2, great.
dominant forehands after her serve there, just when she needed it. Again, attacking the Gadecki forehand side. Doesn't defend quite as well off that side.
Good depth. Really good depth there.
4-2, great.
As the ball is kind of shooting through again, kind of middle-ish in the court. Quite a difficult ball to change direction on when hitting the ball that hard, as Gadecki was trying to on that shot.
You thought she would have been a little bit fatigued with the... She played really hardly any tennis this year, but she looks fresh.
Yeah, her energy levels look high. Yeah, physically, she's done great.
This is a long match. It's over 2.5 hours now. Warm conditions, but both of them, both players look in really good shape, no problems. That was not easy. That seemed to take a long time to come down there.
4-3, great.
Kind of felt like a slight miss hit to me, but she dealt with it well.
Just kind of wobbled here, readjusted a bit. How long is this going to take to come down?
That'll do.
Yeah.
So it's been very effective.
5-3, great.
Lefty swinger into the right hip, the forehand of Gadecki. See if she does it again.
Great.
Good hitting. Back on serve.
It's not just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue as well.
Exactly.
In these moments to have that clarity of thought. What exactly you're trying to execute.
Left, second service.
Ooh.
6-4, great. Six, 5, great.
Where's this serve going, John?
Well, I would think she's going to try and swing it either wide or into the hip there, but I'd go wide.
I'm going to go, she's going to go into the forehand body
The
again.
forehand body, oh, well,
Let's see.
You've picked it. And it has caused her problems. It almost was a bit of a nothing serve, that one, really, was it? There was not enough conviction, and there was no bite to really get it wide. It was sort of into the strike zone, really. Yeah,
I think she was trying to get it into the body, I think, but just missed the target. It went into the backhand, and I think the backhand return is much
more
easier.
solid, isn't it? For her, and it's more solid, I think.
Absolutely.
For Gadecki, maybe not as much pace as the forehand, but she's made less errors on that return. Well, we're back on serve, and you could just envision this going on forever. They can't, no one can get that jump of the 2 points. It's one, and then they break straight back again. Whoever wins this match is probably going to have a nice day off tomorrow without playing too much, I would think, because they are going to be fatigued. This has been a tremendous battle. First to 10, 6-all in the third set tiebreaker. Oh, well,
7-6.
I think that's the first let call she's had, and what a time to get it.
Yeah, Beth has had a couple to be.
Yeah, she has, to be fair, so you could say it's, but boy.
6-all final set tie break, what a moment.
Let for service.
No one's pulling away.
No, they can't pull away. It just doesn't. They take bites at each other, and then the other one responds, and they just it.
Great defensive forehand from Gadecki. That slice, she kept that nice and low. Again, it was that forehand side that broke down. I think it was the right move to sneak in there on a defensive slice, and she'll be kicking herself for missing that volley on top of the net.
Yep. Unfortunately, she just hasn't come in enough, and especially on the hit a backhand volley. I don't think she's hit one. She's hit 2 forehand volleys and got really tight on there on that shot. And now 8-7. Two match points.
9-7. Great.
She's done it. What a performance.
2 sets to 1.
Unbelievable performance from Sarah Beth Gray. 7-6 in the third. Her opponent served for the match in the second set. What an effort. Hardly played any tennis for this year. Was out for 5 months with surgery. And wins the first round at the Wimbledon Qualifying against a vastly more played-in opponent who's played 3 finals this year, played a lot of tournaments. Tremendous result.
Yeah, it really is. It's so great to see this big smile on her face after that win, and like you say, the tough year that she's had to come through physically, mentally, and playing some very good tennis at times as well. It was a fluctuating match, but she thoroughly deserved. Thrill for her.
Oh.
No.
And Sarah Beth Gray, our winner, is going to be talking with John Inverdale.
You win the award for the best smile of the week so far.
Thank you.
What a match.
Yeah, that was a great match. A big fight from the start to the finish. Not easy playing Olivia. She's got a really big game, so I had to be really on my toes for every point. And yeah, just try and do my best to stay in there. And if I did have a chance, I was like really locked in to try and take that chance. So yeah.
If there was one word to sum up that match, though, it was real guts.
Yeah, I think that sums me up as a person as well.
I mean, you were set down, and she was serving for the match. How did you keep yourself in the game at that point?
Well, I think it was really close throughout, even though I was down in the scoreline. Like, I didn't feel like I was too far away. Like, if I could get a few good hits on her on her serve, sorry, which I did in that game, luckily. And then I felt like the momentum shifted a bit then in my way, and I just tried to carry that through.
People watching won't know too much, so tell us about the health issues that you've had.
Oh yeah, so the start of the year I had a bit of a health scare. I had to have a sort of minor heart procedure with a sort of heart rhythm problem that I had. Luckily, it was the LTA who found the issue with their medical team, so I'm really grateful that they found that and they were able to resolve it fairly quickly. So yeah, this is like my return to the tour, playing the whole grass season, so it's great to be at home to get sort of back going again.
Which makes that performance even more remarkable because you've barely played a match.
Yeah, I had quite a bit of a time out. It was about 3-4 months in the end. So, yeah, I've tried to just sort of work my way through each match and play point by point and really try and build some more momentum. And I felt I did that really well there.
Well, the force is certainly with you at the moment. Many congratulations. That was a great match. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, was it ever a great match? Oh, there we go. And that was absolutely brilliant. Come through this match, the adversity that's gone on in this year in her life has been unbelievable and thoroughly deserved. Some awesome points back and forth. Couldn't tell who was going to win the match. Every time someone got up a break, they lost it. It was intense from start to finish, and really was a wonderful entertainment over 2.5 hours. And she's going to need some rest for a few hours, and probably have the day off tomorrow, I'd imagine, or most of the day, and then prepare herself for the second round. Yeah, pretty happy camp there, no wonder.
Yeah, I mean, Beth, well, look, we can look at the stats all as much as we like, but I think the one key stat that's not there is guts and determination how to turn this match around.
Yeah.
She ended up with a decent first serve percentage. Her percentage of first points won did creep up a little bit. But if we look at the unforced errors there for Gadecki, 40 over best 25, difference of 15 there is a little bit too much. And I think those were largely in the important moments as well. But fantastic match. Really happy for Beth Gray.
What a performance, and what a start to our play today. That's the first match over. Now we have Grabher from Austria against Nina Wickmayer, and then followed by Coco Vandeweghe, and the number 2 seed here against the 16-year-old Ella Mcdonald from Great Britain, and Miriam Bjorklund against the vastly experienced Sarah Arani from Italy. Great day's play coming up.
Well, that was a long old match on the longest day of the year, and it could be a long match. Well, it could be a very long day for all of us if the next 3 that we have on court 11 replicate what we've just seen. But what a fantastic start that was to the second day of our coverage here at the qualifying at Roehampton. So let's see what's been happening while that match was going on. We spoke earlier on about Timea Babos of Hungary, who's very much a seasoned campaigner. She won, and she's been talking to Anne Kiothafong.
Timea, congratulations. Are you happy with that performance?
Yes, definitely. It's very special for me, especially Wimbledon. Last year I got injured here, and now I'm back since then on my first Grand Slam, and I'm just very happy to be here and to compete. And obviously the score was good on my side, so I'm really happy with the way I played today. Yeah.
You're a former world #1 on the doubles rankings, 4-time Grand Slam champion, doubles again. What's the focus now at this stage in your career?
Both. I mean, still when I was #1 in doubles, I was the top 30 in singles, and I've been there for a while. I mean, I played a lot of matches on the biggest stages, but now I just turned 29, and you know, the injury and all the last 2 years taught me a lot about myself, what are the priorities. So I'm just trying to be out there, enjoy that I can play. I've been playing some ITF tournaments the last few weeks, but I'm happy to be back on the big stage.
Yeah. You've played on most of the big stages around the world. I don't know if you're aware, but hopefully in a few years' time, the qualifying competition will take place on site at Wimbledon. Yeah. And when it does, what do you think that will mean for players like yourself and others?
Yeah, to be honest, it's my first time playing in qualies, so I was lucky. Even when I was really young, I made it to the top 100 fast. So I think it's very important, because here, I mean, you're doing a really good job to help the player. I think to be there and to have that privilege to compete there, it's going to be something special again for the players. But you know, we're all here on all those courts fighting to get in on the main side. So.
Timea Babos, well done to her. Now, here's a name that you might need to remember for the future. I confess I did Google top Andorran tennis players, and it's not an extensive list, but here is 16-year-old Victoria Jimenez Katinstova, and she's playing Barbara Haas of Austria, 16 years old. They're talking about her as being potentially a big name, a big star of the future. She won the juniors in Australia last year. And this is match point. She's going to win it. She speaks 5 languages. Her dad is from Andorra. Her mum is Russian. She's fluent in Catalan as well, in Spanish, and also in English. And I'm hoping that that's the language she's going to speak to us in company with Anne again.
Victoria, congratulations. Your first win here at the qualifying for Wimbledon. How does it feel?
I played here last year for the juniors, and being back is super special, especially in the pros, so this means a lot to me, and I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah. You seem to have a lot of supporters there in the corner who you embraced after the match. Tell us who they are.
Well, there's my grandfather, my grandmother, my mother, and my father. I'm very happy because they came all the way to London with me, and it's very special for me, so I would like to thank them and for their company and their love.
Oh, that's lovely. Your father is a former player and he's your coach as well. What's the best piece of advice he gives you?
Well, the best advice that he gives me is to be very professional, work hard every single day, and I think that I'm where I am because of him. It wouldn't be possible without him. So he's the biggest part of my life, and I wouldn't be here without him.
Well, that's lovely. Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Wasn't that charming to have grandparents and parents there? And in fact, that was symptomatic as well of several winners who've been here today embracing various members of their family at the moment of triumph. Here, winning is Katie Volinets, the top seed from the USA, against Annalena Friedsam of Germany. And Anne's been busy, because here's another of her top interviews.
Katie, congratulations. That was a fantastic win against a very experienced opponent.
Thank you. Definitely. I played a very good player who's had a lot of experience in the past, and I know has played many slams, so I knew it would be a good match today for sure.
Yeah. You were a very successful junior player. How has the transition been for you on the Pro Tour?
The transition has definitely been challenging, but very rewarding and fun. because it's quite a bit different. There are a lot of players that have been out here for 10 years. There are also some like me who are newer, and in juniors everyone's kind of in the same process. So, but it's very helpful because in juniors we play an ITF here that I've played before personally, so there are a lot of pluses on that.
And I watched you play for the first time a few weeks ago in Surbiton and then again in Nottingham, and what struck me was your attitude and how calm you remained during the matches. Is that an area you work on a lot, or have you always been like that?
My parents and coaches have instilled that in me since I was very young, but it continues to be a big focus because it's definitely hard work to stay calm, but it's also one of my strengths for sure. So that's how it goes.
Okay, well, good luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
Well, interesting. Another interview where people talk about their parents, and Louise is here. I'm trying to think of a game, perhaps golf, but even then I'm not quite sure it's so prevalent, of a sport where the relationship between parents and practitioner is so vital, sometimes not necessarily in the interests of either party or both.
Yeah, look, I think it's very hard in an individual sport. You need that support when these young players are out there by themselves, and if you can't afford to have a coach, well, the next best thing is a supporting parent. As long as that relationship is really healthy, then that's a great path to take.
Now listen, hang on a moment. Hold this microphone. Oh no! I knew that would happen. I knew this would happen. But I just had it all on my phone. I found it. Right. Here we go. So here we are. The seeds have just been announced. Before I poke my eye out with my glasses for for Wimbledon next week. And so here we have the top women. The top 20 are Swiatek, Kontaveit, Jabeur, Badoza, Sakari, Pliskova, Collins, Pegula, Muguruza at 9, Raducanu at 10, Goff, Ostapenko, Krejcikova, Bencic, Kerber, Halep. Those are the sort of top 16. I mean, it goes on rankings these days, so yes. you kind of would have expected that. We'll talk about one or two, not in any sort of particular order, but as we're at qualifying, let's talk about Coco Gauff, who was here playing on these courts 3 years ago and seems to have made the transition in a big way in the last few months.
She really has, and you know, what a moment for her as a 15-year-old to come and play here to qualify and then go on to beat Venus is an amazing moment. And a lot of people would have thought, actually, can she maintain, can she take those next steps? Because at 15, you just don't know, there's a huge question mark. But she has been able to do that. You know, she has such a competitive nature, that young lady, and now 3 years later, getting to the final of Roland Garros, just recently doing well in Germany. So yes, she's a potential this year for Wimbledon.
But obviously the winner in France was Swiatek, and she
Yes.
seems like she's on a winning run that's almost unprecedented in the history of the sport,
Yeah.
which, you know, you look at it two ways. It either will just carry on because she's playing so well, or it will come to a grinding halt at some point. What's your instinct about her on grass?
Well, my instinct is there's three players that she needs to really look out for. One is Jabeur, the other is Collins, and the other one is Ostapenko. They're the three players. Last year in the fourth round, Jabeur beat Iga, and obviously Collins had the win against her at the Australian Open, and we know she doesn't like playing against Ostapenko, and Ostapenko beat her in Eastbourne last year. Now, the fact is she's only 21, so she missed a whole year of grass, so she's had very little exposure to grass, and I think that's the big question mark. She's only won a couple of matches outside of Wimbledon, fourth round last year. For me, this is the big equaliser. I think there are potential players that can actually do really well against her at Wimbledon.
And when you talk about the Collins and the Ostapenkos of this world, they're big hitters, very erratic hitters, but when they're in the zone, they can actually blow you off court.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those sort of players that take a few matches to get the dial in, to get that zoning in. But when they've dialed in, they become very dangerous. And I would say, you know, there's players like Pegula, like Collins that are big hitters. They're going to be challenging her.
If you were in Emma Raducanu's camp, what would you say was the realistic objective?
I think to feel good out there on the court, really just to focus on one match at a time, not to look forwards too much. I mean, she just wants to get match confidence. It's a huge moment for her. It's kind of like being Ash Barty at the Australian Open, all that pressure. I think she's just got to take it day by day and keep it really simple and hope that her body just maintains. You know, she hasn't played a lot of match tennis.
And the draw is kind as well.
Well, that's right. Fingers crossed. But yeah, it's a tough one, but day by day, and just try to you know, just get the feel back out there and enjoy the moment. There's going to be massive support. She's going to love walking out on the grass if she has the right mindset.
Now, somebody who's going to get an overwhelming ovation, because it probably will be the last throw of the dice, will be Serena. How many times she walks out on the centre court will be an interesting, you know, interesting debating point at the moment. And we might know a bit more about that because she's playing doubles at Eastbourne this afternoon. So it's the first time when they've seen her on a tennis court for nigh on a year. I mean, without having seen her play, without having knowing how much she has played, is she a threat to people generally, or do you sense this is the swan song, the farewell tour, just waving to the crowd and off we go?
Well, I personally, if I was Iga or any of the top 10 tennis players, would not want to see Serena in the first couple of rounds, because with her serve, she can really blow opponents away. If she's feeling good and if she's fit, it is a question mark. We will know a little bit more if she gets on the court with Ons down in Eastbourne. I would say, you know, we might see her around the fourth round if she's fit enough. But if the serve is on, Serena's dangerous. And Serena loves playing. She loves the grass. Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
And that carrot, I mean, it's a diminishing carrot, but that carrot of trying to equal Margaret Court's record, I know she's dismissed it after so many Grand Slam final defeats in recent years and saying it's an irrelevance. I can't believe that. There must be something at the back of her mind somewhere that's saying, if I got lucky and my body held up, who knows?
Absolutely, there's no question about it. She's played, you know, for so many years. She's been at the top of the game for so long. We love Serena. I think there's a lot of people that will be really there holding her hand, hoping that she can get one more. It might be the impossible task, but nothing is impossible, I think, with Serena Williams.
One last person to mention, because looking at that list of 20 seeds, and I'm sure a lot of people who are occasional followers of tennis, you know, you look at the men's draw and you know it's Djokovic, Nadal, or it's Federer, or these are just names that... And then you look at the women's draw and you go, hang on a moment, Annette Kontaveit, second seed at Wimbledon. How has that happened?
Yeah, amazing. She's had an incredible run. Of course, she lost to Iga this year, I think in Dubai. You know, she's a great player. She's a solid contender. The only problem is with Annette that she just recently got COVID, so she's had to pull out of all the grass tournaments. So you would think that's going to really go against her, unfortunately. But those top four players, there's some contenders in there. I think look out for Ons Jabeur this year. I think she's going to shine. She's come off a big win in Germany. Look, this year for me, I think the women's draw is absolutely exciting.
Sure
it's
is.
Really great.
Excellent. Right, lovely to talk to you, because you're going to go and commentate.
I am.
On this next match. So we'll see how quick you are, because here to the commentary box is about 300...
40 steps.
No, I'd say it's a bit further than that. I'm giving you more time anyway. So it'll take you about 10 seconds anyway. So Louise is going to go that away, where she will find Andrew Castle already in situ to talk us through this second match.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome everybody. Day 2, match 2. Julia Grabher of Austria against the vastly experienced Belgian Janina Wickmayer.
15-0.
Highly abbreviated service motion. Gusty winds. About an hour ago they started picking up, still only 10 or 11 miles an hour. A warm day, so the tennis pool's nice and lively. Perfect court surface.
$15-13. $15-14. $30-14. Deuce.
big moment here for Grabher, and she has been sitting by this court for about 2.5 hours. I went and had a little chat with her before. I said, "You sure you're not getting too hot out here? It's rather warm," but she has been waiting. She seemed very relaxed, though.
No, I just said exactly the same when you were in the studio position.
Game, a Grabher.
Doing little warm-up exercises, just trying to sort of coordinate the eyes, the body, the feet, just little things to keep the little twitch fibers going, you know, whatever they are. Playing catch, in effect.
Yeah,
with a coach.
Well, her coach is her brother.
Oh, is that a brother?
Yeah, so sweet. I was just having a really nice conversation with them, and he's just as relaxed as she is, and a really nice connection. And I was really happy to see that, because I said,
wondered why they were getting on so well. There he is. Is that him?
Yes, that's him. He's adorable.
Yeah.
And he's also a player. He plays club tennis, and
he's got the sort of legs that made me think that he did something.
Yeah. And he travels to all the majors with her. Otherwise, from the academy, they send someone else. But just you don't often see that brother-sister. That's a big commitment for both, particularly for a young man to give up his career. Wickmayer to serve for the first time.
Left.
Janina Wickmayer. She also I had a nice conversation with her also this morning. She seems very relaxed, happy to be out here. And well,
you've been chatting with everybody.
I have. I've been lucky enough just to bump into them. But when I know that I'm commentating their matches, somehow there's a bit of beeline, right?
Sure. 30 left. How are you doing?
Yeah. But great to see her back out here. I mean, she certainly has had her trials and tribulations, had a bad back there for a little while. And you know, a player that's 32 years of age, that's been 12 in the world, semi-finalist of the US Open, you know they're here because they want to be here, particularly after you've had a child. Kind of think, what do I want to do? I want to get back on the tennis court. I want to get fit. I want to get healthy. And when you do that, there's this incredible pull just to come back and play. Can ask Serena Williams about that. That was the year that got to the final of Wimbledon as well. I think she lost to Kerber that year just after she had Olympia. But I think that's great. I mean, players are having longer careers, aren't they? And
Mrs. Castle's down at Eastbourne today, watching Serena.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, it's great. Tournaments all over the place, and this is our tennis season. 1 month of it, that's it.
And how many more years are going to watch Serena? That's the question.
I should think this will be it.
Good depth there from Grabher. Her weapon is her forehand, but she's at only 5'7". Good mover.
Left.
This court, though, Andrew, really is playing like a Wimbledon court. It is so beautiful.
It's maintained by the same people this year. I was speaking to the crew earlier on. You speak to the stars, I speak to the crew.
Oh, I love that. Can I ask you difficult questions like, do they plant the same grass seed? Have they changed that over the years? It's a different grass, though, from when you and I played.
It is. Well, I'm no agronomist, but...
Okay.
40, 50.
Towards the end of Tim Henman's possibilities of winning Wimbledon, they changed the grass to a different mix. It's now got much more ryegrass in it, which is harder wearing, and plays more like a sort of a mat, a hardier seed.
So a more consistent bounce?
40, 30.
A higher bounce, the ball will sit up a little bit and be a little bit slower for the passing shots. In the old days, they had far more sort of lateral growth. They keep it at 8 millimeters at Wimbledon, and the ball will sit up. In the old days, it would shoot through much more, and now it sits up a bit. That's the main playing differences.
So was it 6 millimeters? Was there a number before? As we
Grabher.
just see Grabher there, hold serve. So
Grabher leads 2 games to 1 per set.
leads 2-1 in this opening set.
Yes, the grass is very, very interesting, you know, technically. If you're into this sort of thing, Neil Stubley's the man. He's the head groundsman at Wimbledon. He's got complete control of these courts and the championships as well. They are looking so beautiful. Wait till you see the planting at the All England Club this year. It could be an age thing, but I think it gets better and better each year. They store a lot of the plants and trees, and they bring them out. There's a big warehouse. They sell some off to members, and you can make a bid and hopefully whip some and have some from the...
You would have some in your garden for sure, haven't you?
Well, no, I haven't, because there's nothing that I particularly wanted to...
You can't nick any of those,
You've got to make a bid. You've got to pay.
Got to pay for that.
But it's just so beautiful. And this year, I think just every year, it just becomes better and better. Anyway, you'll have to wait. Next Monday, the championships begin.
Time.
So a good start here for the Austrian, and it's so great to see all of these past players coming back, rejuvenating their careers, and none better than Janina Wickmayer from Belgium.
Love. All.
Janina is normally coached by Anne de Vries, but she doesn't seem to be here today. And her father, Mark Wickmayer, first introduced her to tennis back a few years back now. But she recently released a book.
And
she talks about how her father probably really isolated her a little bit, and you know, we see that a lot in the game where parents or coaches think that isolating their player is a good thing. Perhaps Maria Sharapova felt that a little bit from her father. But I think if you look at the tour the last couple of years, with all the players being in, you know, bubbles and having to hang out a little bit more, I feel that a lot of players have made friends and kind of tried to have those friendships because they haven't been able to travel with a lot of people on the tour, a lot of family and friends. So in some ways, it's been very tough for the players not having their regular groups travel with them. But they've also, on the other hand, created some mates out on the tour, which I think is really important for mental wellness. That's a good return from Grabher.
Who was it that said you don't always know what you got until it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Have a think.
Yeah.
It's well left. And what by that, I mean,
Advantage Wickmayer.
suddenly everything was taken from everybody that they had taken for granted. Free travel.
True.
World travel, the ability to conduct your living. So we've all been through something very odd.
Game, Wickmayer.
Good body serve there from Janina. So she'll be happy to even things up here.
2 games all, first sets.
Of course, she's had a wonderful career. Janina won 5 WTA tournaments back in 2016. That was probably her best year. And 2010, that's when she received her ranking of, I think, 12 in the world.
Love 15.
Of course, she doesn't mind grass either. She won Birmingham back in 2008 and in Hockenbosch in 2009.
Now here's an opportunity for Wickmayer, and this service motion of Grabher, I wonder if she's going to trust it in big situations. Love 30 the score now after she's hooked that forehand long. It was a decent serve, but pulling the trigger on the backhand when perhaps it wasn't necessary.
I worry sometimes about that abbreviated action.
Well, we're watching Sara Errani later on, aren't we, on this very court. Match 4 for the Italian. Very similar service motion. Break points here. Now does Wickmayer step in and give this one a smash? Serve. Good depth.
15-14.
It's a little battle she won there. That's a good effort. She seems pretty stable and not doubting that serve. Still 2 break points to save. Once again, good.
30-14.
Had a really good win, Julia, down in Valencia in Spain, beat Anna Potapova in the second round. That is a terrific win.
Oh, there was a little bit of space down the line. And Grabher was covering the cross court there. Cheeky drop shot. And Wickmayer got there. Anything down the line would have been absolutely fine. As it turns out, she wasn't to know that necessarily. She was moving to the ball. Interesting. Cat and mouse, break point saved.
Advantage, Wickmayer. Deuce.
Good serve. Just catching Wickmayer out wide there, giving her a little bit of space. A good effort here to come back from love 40 for Grabher. She's won 9 ITF tournaments in her career so far. She knows how to win, perhaps not at this level as much. Hasn't doesn't quite have the exposure at this level. Only played a couple of WTA events, qualified for one earlier this year. Lost second round at Roland Garros in the qualifying.
Deuce.
But at her very first qualifying in Istanbul, she beat Jill Techman, who's 37 in the world, so she's a very good win there. Just has really started to improve over the last 6 months. Got it this time. That's the shot that she was looking for last time there, Andrew.
Yeah, don't quite know what she was doing playing a drop shot at this point. Smacks of desperation. That's a firm ball down the middle. Look, she's at least 1.5 yards behind the baseline, so she was playing it in short rather than playing the drop shot. Confused by that. And she has thread the needle for the break, and that was coming from the moment she had allowed 40 and her opponent double faulting each time she got to game point. So the little mini battle here has been won by Wickmayer, and the response now is going to be interesting. Break of serve.
You look at a player like Janina Wickmayer when she came through, and I think when she first started playing, a lot of people were kind of thinking, wow, she's going to be a superstar. Big, tall girl, very strong physically, very aggressive. And, you know, I mean, there's certain things that maybe just didn't quite come through. Maybe the forehand wasn't, you know, as solid under pressure. The serve maybe. But I think she's one of those players that probably feel there was still a bit of distance to keep pushing. So it's Wickmayer to try to now consolidate the break. Should be pretty happy with the way things are going so far. Well, she certainly looks fit.
Try running around after a baby all day long.
Yeah.
Tell you what, it's like weight training. I've got a grandson. Barely pick him up and put him down without making sort of, oh, you know.
Noises.
Physical. Lots of stuff.
Well, it's physical and mental.
Sure
you have
is.
to stay calm and relaxed and
yeah, well, nothing,
giggle when you want to scream.
A break point doesn't feel quite so big, you know, compared to like a temperature for your.
Well, this is the thing that maybe Rafa is going to get to experience.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Roger's already, you know, he's done that one over 4 times. Great play.
Very good. Well, yes, as we all know, Roger not quite making the same commitment as Merker. Yes. She had him. But no, you're absolutely right. Different, but there. That's an absolutely perfect way to meet the ball out in front. Not too much movement of the racket head. This is the response. 15-30. Great effort. Loving the slice on the forehand side. That's the way. Knock it back, middle of the court, keeping it low. What's to not like? Still, on a grass court, the ball will stay low if you play it in low and firmly with slice. There's a real reward for that shot. Great attitude here.
Was just picking kind of the right moment to hit that kind of bunted ball, isn't it? She's kind of Gone to that one a little too often and perhaps at the wrong time. You've got to be inside the court if you want to hit that one effectively.
She fought back and had 2 game points in the previous game. She had 2 break points here. Errors have cost her, and one wonders if this is setting the tone for the rest of the match, this passage of play here. If Wickmayer can get through this game, she's really on the up. The sun's certainly a factor from this end. You can see the shadows. Players will alter their ball toss a little if they have to keep it out of the sun. More to the left, more to the right, perhaps more in front or even behind.
Yeah, that forehand is just catching a little late. But also some players spread their hand over the sun.
Do they?
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, they put their hand right over the direction of the sun.
Yeah, how long have, how old am I? 58 minus 40. I should know that by now. From the age of 9. So I played and been around it for 39 years plus.
And you didn't know.
And I didn't know that. And I'm still learning stuff from you.
Let me just have a look. Hang on. No, your hands are quite big. You could have done it.
Deuce.
Great effort there. Big forehand down the line there. That's the short distance between you and your opponent. Take it early, hit it, commit.
Gosh, you've got no sun damage on your hands either. That's the British sun. Look at the Australian effect.
Yeah, you're as look at that baby skin you've got. Don't you worry. Tender thing.
That's great hitting. Good moving from Grabher. Really trying to hang in here. I think that's one of her best assets, is her fighting ability.
Great effort from the cameraman too, because she was pushing her opponent right deep into the corners, and there's not much run back on this court where the camera position is, so well done, whoever you are.
Game, Grabher. 3 games all, first set.
Tremendous effort to come back after the disappointment of losing serve, so she can fight. You don't get to the ranking that she's at, 141st in the world, without being a player seeded in the qualifying here. Only 5'7", but lots of fight. Moves well laterally. Looks to be in the sort of condition. Sorry.
Yeah. No.
She looks to be in the sort of condition that, you know, she could stay out there forever and a day.
Absolutely.
And scrap it. She looked great just warming up. You know, she looked fresh and keen and fit. I mean, they listen. All players do nowadays.
Yeah.
Or the vast majority.
Kind of a prerequisite, isn't it?
Sure.
A little bit of bounce on that one. Just got up around the shoulder height of Wickmayer. Good serve. It's not one you usually go to on grass. You usually like to put a little bit more slice or get that ball to move more and stay low.
What?
30-50.
I think Julia probably prefers to play on clay, but she's had 24 wins on the tour this year, 15 losses.
40-15.
I think sometimes that ball just comes in a little too fast and quick from Wickmayer. She likes that ball that sits up a little higher. Needs a little bit more time to construct that forehand.
Game, Grabher, new balls, please.
Well, it's a good hold there from Grabher, and she's just looking over to brother Alex just to say, I'm trying to get that forehand in play, but she leads 4-3.
Is it out there? Did it go out there? Is it there? Ah.
If there's one thing that you would take from today's grass play that you think, wow, if I had been able to do that when I played or back in the day, what do you think the thing that is most outstanding now?
I think personally, the forehands these days, the grip, I learned with a chopper grip, the old continental grip, and I was changing that throughout my entire career.
Yeah.
The game's changed. But if there's one thing that half of the draw, maybe more, main draw and qualifying, I still think there'd be a huge benefit if people volleyed more.
Yeah.
Because the volleys are on tour even, they're very weak, and this is not a it's not supposed to be a negative judgment or critical. It's the way the game's developed. People do not volley, and they very much, unless they're coming in to put it away. But on a grass court, there is still a huge premium to be a good volleyer, and there aren't many of them here.
.32 years of age and enjoying herself out on court 11. It's Wimbledon Qualifying 2022.
Fifteen love. 15 love. 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 Game, Wickmayer. 4 games all.
So back on even standings now. Good work from Wickmayer, just bringing some of that experience that she's had over her career, which has been quite a long one. Although she's had a little time away from the game. She's had to really work through a few things. She's had struggled with a back injury for much, or a back issue for much of her career. I think you have to be careful with that abbreviated serve, not because you can really pinch the capsule there, and See many players that do get shoulder problems after they go to that shorter swing. And I mean, the reasons, there's many. You might have just that problem with getting your timing. It might be, you know, just it might have something to do with the ball toss as a lag, but you can just see also the arm gets a fair way away from the body, so the loading gets heavier on the fulcrum.
How much do we owe you?
Love 30.
That abbreviated motion, unless it's purely natural, like an Andy Roddick, if that's been added from when a player has started playing kind of full time, the chances are that's been a response to a problem. A lot of people who serve like that had an issue with the ball toss.
Yeah. Good movement into the court there, good transitioning.
15,
That's one thing that you really got to pick up quickly as well on grass, is the ball doesn't quite come through if it doesn't have the power of shot. It's that movement. Just getting in quick. Good play there from Grabher.
And there's
15, 14.
the brush up the back of the ball rather than getting the racket head through it, and she's made a few errors on the forehand side with that, just getting caught a little bit late. And here's another moment in this match, 2 break points. When she has time on that forehand side, it looks a well-developed shot, but she's caught that a little late too, hasn't she? And Fiona Edwards is not about to overrule that one. It's a break of serve. Wickmayer will serve for the first set in this first round match at the Qualies.
Wickmayer leads 5-4, first set.
Do you teach that abbreviated serve yourself? Yeah, do you teach that?
No.
Why not?
Because I had a conversation with a shoulder specialist one day.
I knew you'd got an expert opinion on that.
Well, we were watching a match of Patrick Rafter, and he said, this was just after Pat had gone to this abbreviated serve, and he said, the way he's serving, he said, over time, that's just going to cause problem. There's going to be an impingement because of that action. And there are a few elements, how far, where is it 90 degrees, or what's the angle of separation between the shoulder and the elbow and the body. If there's that, you know, there's a few different elements that come into play. But he said, I would always try not to go to that. That would be the last thing to go to. So that's why.
I'll take 2 slams and a bit of shoulder impingement.
All right.
Over time. But I take your point. Very interesting.
So a little bit more pressure now on Grabher. It's Wickmayer serving for this opening set. Oh, and that's one thing that Janina does as well. Is she has a very high ball toss. It's probably not as high as Steffi Graf's, but it's high.
Remember that?
Yeah. Wasn't she a player? Gosh.
Any conversation about the greatest of all time includes her.
Yeah. When you think about it, I think Ash has taken a few things out of her book. That backhand slice, the way she played, like, amazing.
Forehand side
30 love.
providing more difficulties for Grabher. And it's 30 love now, closing in on this first set for Wickmayer.
Oh, disappointing, really, for Grabher to finish off this way. That forehand is really, she's just unsure whether she wants to hit topspin, hit with loop, slice, just losing a little bit of confidence on it.
Game first set.
Well, that was a quick amendment there for Wickmayer, and she's taking the opening set. Julia shrugs. She'll be over to sit down and ponder how she can fix that forehand. 6-4.
Okay, taking a break from court 11 for a moment, and let's head out to court 5, which is one of the courts just behind me at the moment. And there, in the last 10 minutes or so, Zhang of Korea has beaten Veronika Sepedi-Roig of Paraguay. And another example of the huge international nature of this competition. I was just noticing that directly behind me there's a player from Colombia playing at the moment, so got some South American interest. Anyway, victory on this occasion for the player from South Korea, who's been talking to Anne.
Jeanjean, fantastic performance. It was a tough opening set, but what made the difference in the second set?
Yeah, it was a tough match against a good player. I know she's a very good player. And I just tried to every single point and then just keep enjoying on the court. Yeah.
And you're from South Korea. Who first introduced you to tennis and how old were you?
Now is 27 now. And my parents like tennis. They love tennis, so that's why I start tennis.
Yeah. And how old were you?
I'm 27.
When you first started?
Okay, sorry. 7.
7 years.
Yeah.
7 years old. And who did you look up to when you were younger? Which tennis players?
Roger Federer, of course.
You're hoping to emulate Roger Federer's success.
So, yeah.
Well, good luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
So let's go back to the second set. An even Stevens match at the moment, and we'll return to Andrew Castle.
15.
Second set, and 15-love Wickmayer ready. This a dangerous moment for the Austrian. Disappointing in the first set when the going got tough. She sort of hung in there for a while, but needs to arrest this momentum that the Belgian has. It's a good serve. That'll help.
$30-15.
Well, she's been looking for that one all day. That one's probably the best one that she's hit. Julia.
$40-15.
So needs to reset things here and just get on the board and hold serve just to relax, get that confidence back. Oh, well done.
Game, Grabher.
There's some good serving.
First game, second set.
Needs to keep those first serve percentages up just so she can get the advantage of the shorter ball and so she can dictate a little bit more quickly in the rallies. Just lost a little momentum at the back end of that first set. But she's competing hard, and I think that's where she's gotten her ranking to. Last year she was playing a lot of 25. She played a lot of matches, and winning is certainly infectious, and it helps you to, you know, just feel better out there and believe in yourself.
The players here have come through a lot of levels to be here.
Yeah.
This is not a starting level.
No.
So we're watching the qualifying. Championships start on Monday, of course. But I want the temptation.
15 left.
The temptation is to think that this is some sort of a starter level, and it absolutely isn't. To get to listen, there wouldn't be £11,000 plus given to people who are just starting out. So wherever you are in the world and watching this, I'm sure if you know the game, you'll know it. But the temptation is to fall into this, look, the qualifiers thing. No, 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 no. This is a Grand Slam semi-finalist who isn't there now, but was. And and her opponent is a world-class player from Austria, seeded higher. So we must remember that and think about the great names that have come through here. Coco Gauff, John McEnroe, Emma Raducanu at the US Open last year.
No, it's amazing, isn't it? When we're talking about an individual sport like tennis, like golf, and you think, okay, you're 150 in the world, that is phenomenal. Imagine the best 150th best soccer player.
Quite.
How many millions would he be on? If you were the 150th best amazing medical doctor in the world, not that these people are saving lives, but they spend just as many years perfecting their craft. And yeah, they certainly, sometimes, you know, being ranked 250 or 300 in the world just doesn't seem like it's great. It is unbelievably good. And sometimes it's a tough slog. Think about all the years from the age of, you know, 10 to 16 or to 18 playing juniors, then you're off traveling away from your family and traveling the world, living on beans and toast and and canned tuna for many of them. Yeah, it can be a very expensive sport, and every week you are virtually flying to another country, or, you know, I think they really sometimes get a bit of a hard spin. Good depth there from Wickmayer. That's the side that can cause more trouble when you get that ball flat and hard through to Grabher's forehand. It's the weapon on other surfaces, but perhaps it's a little bit of a weakness on this faster grass.
(15-13).
This wouldn't be good news for the Austrian to get broken here.
Correction, the ball was good. 15-14.
Fiona just making that overrule there.
Yeah. Looks like well, I mean, it's pretty tough. I'm not going to say anything against Fiona. She's lovely. She was in Vienna with her 20-year-old daughter last week. Went to a concert, Green Day. See, I speak to this staff, you speak to the stars.
Okay.
Game of Wickmayer.
I just want to remind you, I speak to you too, Andrew, but that is...
Well, you've got to slum it now and again.
Good. A good game there for Wickmayer. She leads 2-1 after having the first set 6-4. Well, Julia just having a conversation there with Fiona Edwards, just saying, I think that ball didn't touch the line, but it's not worth having that conversation. It's in the past, and there's nothing that you can do about it. I guess you can try to pray and hope that You know, the umpire's going to be on your side next time, but someone as experienced as Fiona Edwards is not going to be swayed. It's not worth the conversation. It's a whole waste of kind of frustration in a way.
Well, there are such things as good and bad umpires, and part of what makes that the case is the way they interact with the players. Nothing worse than an umpire that you feel doesn't know the way you're feeling. So showing a feeling of empathy is a good thing from an umpire.
There's brother Alex, the coach and brother, travelling partner for Julia Grabher, hoping that she can find. Yeah, great. Beautiful back in there, hoping to find a way to put some pressure on Wickmayer. Good footwork here. Look at that backhand, really leans into that. Beautiful. Good depth. You can see why Janina has won tournaments on grass, though. She's won at Sertogenbosch, she's won at Birmingham. I mean, her ball is much flatter. It's much more conducive for playing on hard court or a faster court. And you can see Grabher's, just a little bit more shape, needs more time, and she'll learn over her experience of playing on grass. What is a more effective ball, how to take time away from your opponent, how to step in, recognise where that ball is landing. Hasn't played a preparation tournament on grass before coming in here, and there's a lot of information you've got to take in to really feel good on grass. You have to abbreviate, you have to use your legs, you have to learn how to time, and it's not easy.
Let's Fässer. $40-15.
Well, this is looking very positive here for Janina, not so much for Julia.
Game of Wickmayer.
So a good hole.
Wickmayer leads 3-1, second set.
Just building in confidence here, Wickmayer. And a little look of frustration there from Julia, just feeling like she's not finding her timing.
From 3-all in the second set. Just taking control of the match. Suddenly 3-1 up second.
15 left. $30 left. $30-15.
Well, it's just an absolute must time here for Julia. Good defensive skills, working hard, really trying to throw herself in this, but this is something she'd like to repair this situation right here. She has to hold, otherwise this is really going to crash open this match for Wickmayer. A good serve there from Grabher, just changing up the direction a little bit, just catching Wickmayer there. If you're not serving well, sometimes just to try to get that variation, and don't go for big serves, but try to catch your opponent a little unaware. Oh, wow. Terrific. Well done, a good hold for Grabher. She hangs in there, but it's Wickmayer with a set and a 3-2 lead.
Wickmayer leads 3-2, second set, and by 1 set to love.
This was a terrific get there from Wickmayer, but look at the peripheral awareness here from Grabher. She knows where her opponent is, and wow, does the forehand raffer up over the right, almost side of her shoulder, and follows it up with a drop shot. Terrific mover. Look at this. Gets around the outside of the ball. This is a shot that you can nail, Andrew.
It's a shot I didn't have. There's an awful lot of shots that I didn't have. These players do.
Oh, you can live vicariously through these players. That's a good thing now.
Yeah, no idea. I love sitting back and watching them sweat it out in the sun for our entertainment. Powerful athlete, this. Tall Yanina Wickmayer uses it well on the serve. And she has control, but only just. Set in 3-2. Still gaining from going to the Austrians' forehand side and seeing too many errors there. Perhaps a chip return could be the thing. She has had success with that. There you go. I mean, that's a lovely chip. It's a no more than a punch. Try it when you're playing your club doubles or singles. If you're still playing singles, bless you. It's a big court, isn't it? But you know, just abbreviate the swing, get it back in play, give your opponent a chance to miss.
30-15.
Nice change. Great service motion. Really, really good.
All. T30. Deuce.
Just staying very calm here, very focused, just going through the routines. Big part of tennis, particularly on the serve. Just to condition yourself for comfort. Oh, just pushing that one wide, but a terrific rally there from both players. Terrific hands from Wickmayer to really neutralise that deep ball that Grabher hit. But a real opportunity here for the Austrian just to even things up. Get back into this second set. That's great footwork and a terrific forehand there. Just using her strength in the right way and just a little bit of a difference in the way she's walking now, Grabher. 13th seed. And really fighting hard here after a player that she probably respects very highly. About 7 years difference in age, but she certainly would have seen Janina play. I may have even watched her compete at the US Open when she got to the semi-finals that year. Well, she's got new balls though now, Grabher.
Love. All.
Well, I like this from Grabher, just starting to construct some different points here. Just use that slice, try to keep that ball low, make Wickmayer feel a little bit more uncomfortable out here.
All.
First of 4 matches out on court 11, play taking place across so many courts. It's really a spectacular place to visit. There are about 5 tickets available, so forget about it if you haven't got one already.
40-30.
It's really an event that could be attended by many, but clearly they don't have the license for that, or don't want people here too much. You know, I'm sure the rules and regulations change, but it's for those who have applied and got the tickets, it's really wonderful.
Deuce.
This is the first of 3 rounds. Both the men and women play 3 rounds. Come through qualifying and into the main draw, you really have achieved something.
Ledfesser.
Very good serve. Very strong from the end where the sun could be an issue. A 3-all deuce serve. Straight down the middle. That is trusting the technique. Well played. Certainly doesn't trust the forehand.
It's a deep, fast one that she really struggles with. Also, she's got a rather extreme grip, and that racket face gets all the way up. She doesn't have that unit turn where you keep the palm behind the ball. This racket gets way away from the direction of the ball.
Advantage Grabher.
Very angular, you would say. Linear is where you keep that racket face more behind and you hit a flatter ball. Angular is where you face the racket and you're much more elbow orientated, a lot more movement with that type of stroke, much more from the clay.
There it is again.
Deuce.
She has lost confidence on the forehand side in a very big way, yet competing well and serving well. Wickmayer has spotted this. She's going to the forehand whenever she can. You can't just go into somebody's shot without a purpose. Weakly, but she's going in there well. Yeah, she's much more likely to miss the forehand than the backhand, clearly.
Out. Advantage Grabher.
Bit of tension here. Just missing that one, Janina. Plenty of space to head into. Opportunity just to keep her nose in front here for Julia.
Let's first serve.
I had a beep. Got the net machine, yeah.
Had a beep.
Yeah.
We've all had a beep. Beep, beep today. Just catching the top of the net. There's no denying it. Sometimes you don't hear it, see it, feel it, understand it. But beep, it has.
Deuce.
No doubts there are too many beeps in the world. Washing machine, dryer. Cars reversing is a good idea.
Oh yeah, trucks. That one's
Trucks is a good idea. No, that's fair enough.
That's a loud one.
That's all right. Tennis nets are beeping at us.
Yep.
Phones.
Fall asleep at the lights and someone beeps to wake you up behind you.
Oh yeah, those ones. But they're not automatic.
Oh, that's terrific play. Very positive.
Advantage Wickmayer.
That's just drawing from experience, isn't it, Wickmayer? Then just showing, okay, I'm going to rub it back at you.
Austrian's head will be beeping right now because she's been pushed back there. I thought that Wickmayer could look at that lovely early preparation. I thought she might have come in and volleyed that one. The ball was floating middle of the court, but she waited. Very comfortable. Break point again.
Deuce.
Yeah, there's that shot, the inside in when she's got time. Can manufacture that very well. Wow.
Advantage Grabher.
Again, when she's got time and that ball isn't coming through fast and slow, you can just see how much time, early preparation, and then she can manufacture a lot of power. Gets very good rotation on that forehand, Grabher.
Deuce.
Well, something great, and then disappointment following very quickly, just very frustrated. There's brother Alex just willing his sister just to relax and try to bring out the best of her game. He's absolutely a lovely young man. He's a tennis player himself, plays at club tennis level, works out of Switzerland.
Advantage
Both players just lifting their intensity and really fighting to kind of get ahead in this.
Oh yeah.
What we talk about, that 7th game, but we don't really talk about that anymore. But it just happens to be that.
This is whatever
game.
it is. This is the moment.
Yeah.
This is another moment. There could be lots more moments, as in with our first match on this court, Sarah Beth Gray and Olivia Gadecki.
Deuce.
You know, it's very difficult to get over the line, and in the women's game, unlike in the men's game, often, you know, they're not going to always rely on the massive first serve and the short explosive point. So it's a different type of tennis. I think it's fascinating. In a very different way, you can see the construction of the rallies actually and relate to it far more, I think, if you're just an ordinary tennis player than I mean, the men are just so extraordinarily powerful now. Yeah, well done.
Advantage
well watched
Grabher.
on the serve. It's actually an action she believes in. Big fan of watching women's doubles now, because it's relatable. I mean, the men's doubles is so explosive.
So true.
It's a different game than previous generations have played. And it's nice length again. It's this forehand. It's almost like you'd say to her, if you were coaching her now, you would say, aim cross court on your forehand because you're catching it a little bit late. So even if you catch it late, it's going to go down the middle and it's going to go in, because right now you've got to, you know, especially on a game point, find the court. And the best way to do that, maybe to aim cross court so you're preparing early. And even if you catch it late, it's going to go in. Play the percentages. Hey, it's easy from here.
That's a great one too. The wide serve that draws your opponent out and then it opens up the opposite side of the court. Very effective on grass.
What about something different here? What about standing out almost, you know, not tram lines, but a few feet away from the center? Just change the angle a little bit. Maybe throw in the kick on the first serve. Don't go big. Maybe something just a little different to get out of the game. Yeah, that's really tremendous work. Hats off.
Well, the longest game of the match so far, and it's Grabher who comes out on top. She's a set behind, but she leads 4-3.
I've just been speaking with Drew Johnson, senior groundsman here, after your instruction, Louise Plemming.
Wow. What did you find out more? Yeah.
Well, they took over.
How many blades of grass on this
year.
court?
Well,
11.
I had 1 minute with a team of them.
Well,
I just popped out of the commentary box because I saw them wandering past in their smart new shirts.
Right, well, the next time I want to know how many blades of grass on a court.
Right.
I'd love to know that.
Right.
Yeah, what else did they say? I'm sorry to butt
Well,
in.
the grass is different. I mean, it's rye grass, like I said earlier.
Yes, you did mention that.
Yeah. But anyway, they've been in charge for less than a year, but they have taken over this, and it's just rye grass. Neil Stubley's the boss. He might be down tomorrow. Maybe we'll have a word with him, or you can anyway, and talk to him about the finer details of the agronomy behind the courts.
I love that. It'd be a grassy conversation. Well, this is a grassy situation here for Wickmayer. She has to hold here, otherwise this is a very good opportunity for the Austrian to take this into a third set. But I sense there's a lot to happen before that could happen.
$30.
Well, this is exactly the game that the Wickmayer doctor has ordered. A very quick game, just first serves. Very clinical here so far, holding her nerve very well. In response to that tough last game where Grabher had to really fight. Well, both players taking the tag there on the line. And Wickmayer getting the opportunity of the short ball. It's a quick conversion of her own serve and things back on even standings again. From a 12-minute game to almost just 1 minute. Very quick playing there for Wickmayer, and happy to be facing returns again with a refreshed mentality.
Sure.
Andrew, you just had an opportunity to speak to the groundsman. Was there something more that was said than the information that you already knew? Didn't you extract anything new?
Look, I had 30 seconds to speak with them. I didn't want to leave you alone in the commentary box.
If you're going to leave the commentary box to speak to someone special, like you've got to come back with a with a nugget.
All right, we'll do next time, miss.
You got the rye.
It's like being back at school again.
You got the rye. She's been really doing well with that.
Yeah, here we go. This is another one of these moments, isn't it? And the Austrian has been sort of hanging in there every step of the way in this match. Moments where you felt like she might get ahead. But there's looked like one winner so far, which means nothing.
$15.30.
I love that attitude, though. Makes an error and obviously gives herself a very positive cue. It's easy enough to berate, but that's a sign.
Sure.
30-all.
Well, you talked about Grabher throwing in something a bit different on her serve, and I feel that was a bit different, just going to the body, changing it up a little bit.
Great forehand.
30.
How many has she missed? That one committed. Look at that turn, loading the right foot
Yeah.
and through it. Well done, her. Ooh, got away with it, top of the net. And great hold and positive attitude to go with it.
For second set. First set, Wickmayer.
Grabher just managing to keep her nose in front here from love 30 down.
Time.
Wickmayer will be drawing from her experience here. And just would have a little recall of that last service game where she got 4 first serves in and under a minute, very quick. Quick to get the job done, and following the same sort of process. That one just catching the line, a bit of dust, can't believe her luck. But again, gotta let that one go. Gotta like that preparation, Andrew.
Yeah. I just wish you'd been my coach. Finally, I found somebody I can believe in. Same again on the forehand side.
30 love.
How much do you charge?
Oh,
An hour.
Depends.
Hour.
It's
40 minute, 40 minute, an hour? What are we talking about? A session?
about $1.50 in Australia when I'm coaching the homeless people.
Oh, of course you are. You have your foundation.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Not too much.
Oh, that's good.
Much more when I know they're perhaps
loaded.
Well, yeah, but I don't really do coaching like that anymore.
No.
Don't do any high performance coaching for Tennis Australia at the moment. Who knows? Terrific
30-50.
forehand inside in.
$40-15.
Just the disappointment there, just shrugging the shoulders, just trying to relax. She would love to try to somehow break Wickmayer here, but some good serving from Janina. A terrific forehand there when she's got time, and when that ball gets up around the shoulder height, it's a different situation for Julia. I can just see really getting that one up high. Gets a lot of brush on the ball.
Just losing her footing there. Just the right foot, wasn't it, as she loaded? the left hip flexor a little bit. Hopefully that just disappears. She's not one that looks like she makes a fuss when it comes to the physicality. Very fit, just a little bit stretched out there. Oh, good serve.
Advantage, Wickmayer.
When you're taken out wide like that, you actually have to go to the ball. Even if you feel like you're on position as you try to recover, you've got to make that return. You've got to be with the ball. If you end up reaching and stretching, you can lose control of it. Good serve. And a fine serve again. The direction, every bit as impressive as the execution.
Second sets.
That's it. That's what she should be doing, is just knocking it back into play on a 30-all, on a juice point. You know, you don't like to miss those returns. I mean, the goal number one, get it back in that big box, down, over the net and in. There's an old-fashioned principle.
Exactly. I like it.
Boy.
I wish you had been my coach.
Ah, well, I wouldn't have undercharged you. Well, yeah, no, it's been fantastic. It's a precarious profession, that is for sure. 5-all now, second set. It's too bad. She
Love 15.
hung in there. There's a very high-profile position going in the women's game at the moment. It's a bit of a high-wire act coaching Emma Raducanu.
Would you like to take that one on?
No. Well, for a start, obviously they're not going to ask, but, well, I mean, the terms would have to be pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to get fired in 3 months or 6 months or a year.
3 weeks.
Oh, no. Had it. Just
She really had that.
a little bit beneath the height of the net, wasn't it, that one? And perhaps playing in something short might be an idea. Could have had a love 30. It's a good match. Neither of these players making excuses. They're getting on with it. They're competing hard.
T15.
Well, taken a little bit of advice from you, Andrew, just getting that in, just putting that one back in, and an opportunity to just keep stretching this second set out and staying in this match.
T30.
Good with that little slip a few shots ago that didn't impact the movement here of Grabher. Well, with that great forehand, she holds, and it will be Janina Wickmayer that will come out and try to serve to stay in this second set. Well, with every game that Julia Grabher has been just really sticking to her guns and holding serve, it has been just accumulating some pressure back on Wickmayer, and ultimately the most pressure right now to serve to stay in this second set. Good energy from Grabher. Just a quick change of racket there. Maybe needing a tighter racket to return the Wickmayer serve. I should have stuck with the slices. That was working very well. Wow. Just a hook shot, that one. Really comes around the outside of the ball, but she likes that inside in, gives her a little bit more space to hit into. This backhand slice, if it had just sat down a little bit lower, this one here just sitting nicely for Wickmayer. That's the shot. She really likes that inside-out forehand. Just not enough depth from Grabher.
(40-15). Game, Wickmayer.
So a terrific game there for Janina Wickmayer.
6 games all, second set, tiebreak.
The top player in the world, and back to refresh her experience with tennis after having a child, after coming through some injuries and everything. This would be feeling like a nice kind of opportunity for her. She's fighting hard, and it's a tiebreak now in the second set. Anyone got the edge here, Andrew Castle?
Well,
are you going to lean? You're going to put yourself out there, or are you going to sit on that fence that you sit on?
I like sitting on the fence. Feels good. I'll stay there at the moment because that's a fine start. And she's giving off all the positive vibes, the positive energy is Grabher. This serve's going to be key. Aha. And the serve just about managed to get over the net and into the court there, so that was a little bit tight. 2-love, and that is the sort of lead that I felt like the Austrian should have here if she's going to win this. Because generally speaking, I always feel the bigger server on a grass court might have a point or two advantage. That's the sort of point that she wants to play Wickmayer. And I don't look over there to the coach, just concentrate on on what you're doing. Don't worry about missing the forehand now either if you can. Just keep going. You have it here. You've got the 2-1 lead.
Well, it's fair enough to put your coach through that, but it's not fair enough to put your brother through that, is it?
Well, he took the job.
Brother and coach. I love
Brother
it.
and coach, yeah. So this is interesting now because she's been effective the last 25, 30 minutes or so, competing really, really hard. And she's looked over there and no, we don't want to see any sort of frailty here. Play well.
Well, we haven't seen this throughout the match until
3-1,
the latter
Grabher.
stages of this second set, where it's Grabher that's being the aggressor, and it's actually Wickmayer that's starting to be more defensive.
Great point.
Absolutely.
First serve in
Yeah.
and start belting ground strokes to the corners. That is page 1 of the Austrians' playbook. Oh, that is
3-2,
really
Grabher.
lucky. Bang in the top of the net, and that's a free point. Back on serve. Forehand. She played such a good one in the previous shot, and then just being required to show a little bit of touch on the forehand coming underneath the ball, and she was just unable to control it. It's another mistake. And now, if you ask me the same question, Louise Fleming, I would say Janina Wickmayer, because she's come back in with that net cord and then the miss from Grabher. So,
More momentum. You're right.
it's tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
First round of qualies. Nobody comes here to lose in the first round. It's all on the line here.
Well, she's got to put that out of her mind, that little 3-1 lead with the momentum behind her. Let's see how Wickmayer holds up on her service. Taking a deep breath there.
This is very good from
4-3,
Wickmayer, you know, because that direction of serve, it doesn't just happen. You know, she's been peppering. She's done her homework. Her and her camp, her help. Perhaps it's very well known that you go to Grabher's forehand as soon as you possibly can. But impressive. Now, one of these next 2 points, or both, for Wickmayer to put herself well and truly in the driving seat. Now then.
5-3, Wickmayer. Five, 4, Wickmayer.
Well, being pushed all the way. But an opportunity here for Wickmayer if she can get these 2 serves in. Great pressure. Opportunity to serve out this match. down the middle. It was just like a penalty
6-4,
goal from
Wickmayer.
soccer there, just taking no risk, and has led to a match point opportunity here.
Indeed. Finding
6-4,
the right play at the right time. Interesting battle of wills, and she advances in straight sets. Really enjoyed the match. Congrats to both players. They fought hard. I can quite understand why Grabher is at 141st in the world and looking to get straight into slams, and I can completely see why Janina Wickmayer is still playing and looking to recreate former glories. Excellent match.
Well, disappointing really for Julia Grabher. And she certainly had her moments where things really clicked. I thought she was really gathering some good momentum at the back end of that second set. It was Wickmayer just using every part of her experience. 32 years of age. She's been as high as 12 in the world. She's been a semi-finalist of a grand final of a Grand Slam, I should say. And she will be very happy just to get through this milestone of a first round of Wimbledon qualifying for 2022. I think that it doesn't matter, but it absolutely matters when they're here and have had the experiences that they have on the tennis tour, and to revisit, to revamp, to reignite your career again. It certainly means it's all intent. Great match there for Janina Wickmayer. So as Janina walks over to John Infidel, we'll be having a lovely conversation about how well she competed and how well she played today.
Janina, congratulations. That was a tough battle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was. She's a tough opponent, so I really had to dig deep and fight hard. Yeah.
Listen, it's always, there's an inevitability about it when somebody has the experience that you have and finds them playing qualifiers, you know, in their early 30s. We tend to hark back on the old days. You know, it's 13 years since you got to the semi-finals at the US Open. Does that almost seem like a different person who played then?
Yeah, well, apart from the fact that I'm a mom now, it definitely seems like a really long time ago. And actually, my coach reminded me this morning that this will be my 13th Wimbledon. So on one hand, yeah, it does feel like a long time ago, but on the other hand, I've grown so much, and I've been so lucky to get so many experiences on tour.
And at Wimbledon, the fourth round in 2011, was it, when you lost to Petra Kvitova? What are your favourite memories of playing, you know, down the road?
Yeah, I've always loved Wimbledon. It's my favorite surface to play on, and I don't know, but Wimbledon has something special. It's always nice to come back, and it has a very special atmosphere that I love to come back to. So I've always loved competing in Wimbledon, and I'm very happy to be back.
And how confident are you over the next couple of days?
Well, you know, I'm taking it one match at a time. There is some very tough opponents out there, and everyone's fighting hard and wanting to qualify, wanting to win these matches. So everyone wants to be at their best on these tournaments. So I'm just taking it one match at a time, and I'm very happy to get through today, and going to enjoy this one first and then focus on tomorrow.
Well, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, a lovely conversation there with John, and some very inspirational words, I guess, from Janina Wickmayer, but certainly here enjoying her tennis, wanting to qualify for Wimbledon. It's her 13th time at this event. She has played some sensational tennis. Disappointing for Julia Grabher, there's the coach, Alex. He fought very hard for his sister, but it really was Janina Wickmayer that was aggressive. She was the one that was dictating today. Her coach was taking some notes perhaps for the next match, but she will be very happy with that, and she is one step closer to getting back to SW19. A little bit of frustration for her opponent and for coach and brother, but Janina Wickmayer just with some fabulous tennis. And look at that response. She's 32 years of age. She's been as high as 12 in the world. 2011, she was the 4th round here at Wimbledon, and she is giving herself another shot of playing at SW19. Well, a lovely moment there. And here is the updated order of play. And of course, the big one today was Sarah Beth Gray getting past the Australian 7-6 in the 3rd. There's the confirmation of the Belgian, Janina Wickmayer, through 4-6, 7-6. And these are the matches that are coming up next. It's Coco Vandeweghe. She's been a top 10 player. She's the number 2 seed here, playing against the local Ella Mcdonald. And after that, the last match of the day, Sarah Arana, the Italian, against Miriam Bjorkland. And this is what they're playing for, because all roads lead to Wimbledon.
Centre court, the greatest stage in tennis.
We're back on court 11 a little bit later on for our 3rd match on what is effectively our show court here. But there's a match taking place behind us on court 10 at the moment, quality of which really has had to be seen to be believed. Just fantastic game between Linda Fruhvirtova of the Czech Republic, who is one of the most talked about young players on the world tour at the moment, and she's playing Tessa Andrianja-Fitrimo from France, and it's 1-set-all and 2-1 with a break to the French player at the moment. But as you can probably see, the Czech girl's been having quite extensive medical attention to her fingers over the course of the last few minutes. So we'll let you know, we'll talk about that game more in just a second or so. But before that, let's just go back to a couple of matches. Priscilla Hon is somebody who's safely through to the next round here at qualifying. She was out on court 12 playing Valentini Grammatipopoulos from Greece. And here's the final point, seeing her safely go through, the Australian, and she spoke to Anne afterwards.
5-3 down in the final set. That was a hard-fought victory. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was tough to get out of that one. She was obviously playing well, and I felt like I was on defense a lot of the time. So I'm glad to get out of that one. Yeah.
So I've been scrolling through your social media accounts, and I see you are the co-founder of a clothing brand. Tell me a bit more about it, and how did that come about?
Well, it's always been something I've been interested in, and during COVID I finally had some time off. So I started with my best friend, and it's something that means a lot to me, and it's sneakers actually, and it's something I buy like 3 times a month, and I'm like, none of my shoes mean anything. So I want to create something that, you know, helps the world, and, you know, 10% goes to 2 charities that we help, and yeah, just something that is kind of a hobby, and yeah, it's been going well.
Oh, incredible. And you're a bit of a foodie as well.
Yeah.
Have you found any decent restaurants, or would you recommend any places here in London?
Massive foodie, yeah. It's kind of like my highlight of the day when I can go and find dinner spots, but I haven't actually gone into London too much this time, but I went to Sticks and Sushi last night. Okay. It's kind of a go-to here at Wimbledon.
Yeah. Back again tonight?
Yeah, probably.
Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's stick with the Australian theme, and here's Jamie Foulis of Australia beating D. Herzelas of Bosnia-Herzegovina. This match took place on court 15, and the indomitable Anne was on court for that as well.
What a battle that was.
Yeah, it's probably the longest grass court match I've ever played, but yeah, she played really well and super happy to come up on top for that.
You're at a career high ranking. What's made the biggest difference?
Yeah, it's been quite a tough couple of years, I think, for everyone, including myself. I think, honestly, just working hard back home the period I was injured a little bit, just putting my head down and continuing to work and just appreciating like what I have as well and being able to travel and play tennis. So, yeah, I think a couple of things combined.
Yeah. And at the start of the year, the Australian Open, you reached the mixed doubles final for the first time. How did that feel?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Definitely a highlight of my career and probably in anything that I do. It was unbelievable to play with Jason and to have all like my friends and family support me. And I think through there we've both done really well. I know he's back into the top 100. So yeah, I think momentum has played a big part in that. But it's crazy how a couple matches can help you.
Yeah. And finally, how are you going to recover after today's battle for your next match?
Yeah, I think just stretch well, recover well, do all the right things, eat well, enjoy the weather.
Jump into that ice bath.
Yeah, definitely. It's been unbelievable weather, so super happy to have won today, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
Well, it's been a good day for the Australian players by and large, although earlier on today, Olivia Gadecki went down in 3 sets to Sarah Beth Gray of Great Britain. That was a fantastic game, hugely competitive. But believe you me, this match on court 10 at the moment is of the highest possible quality. This is the first qualifying round at Wimbledon. For heaven's sake, if you watch this, not knowing who either of these players were, you would be saying, what? Andrew Castle was watching this with me.
Yeah. Well, for a start, you'd be working out how to say the names, and you'd say this is Tessa and Linda, because the surnames are too difficult. I agree with you completely about the quality. There's a lot of excitement in tennis about the Fruhritova girls. Linda here is 17 years of age. She played in Miami earlier on this year after a great junior career. Her and her sister Brenda, who's 3 years younger, both won this thing called Les Petits Arts in France. So highly touted as we let this point go through. But Linda here, just long on the forehand side. Linda, earlier on this year, got into the Miami, the 1000, and won 2 matches. She beat Victoria Azarenka, former world #1 and a Grand Slam champion. She beat Elise Mertens, top 20 in the world. So I don't think you're going to see her in qualifying too much. Now, whether she comes through the 3 matches here or not is not the point. Her development is such that that's why people are watching, and that's why people are interested, and that's why, like you said earlier on, John, people are concentrating a bit like on the Williams sisters. There's a bit of a buzz around Fruhritova and her sister Brenda, Linda and Brenda Fruhritova.
And I always wonder on occasions like this if there are a couple of agents or their representatives hanging around the courtside at the moment.
Oh, John, they've been signed up since probably they were 10, maybe 11 years old. I mean, these letters of intent and these early contracts are in place way early, and money changes hands. And you know, if you're going to take a signature, and if you're going to invest, and if you're going to pay travel expenses, perhaps living accommodation, food, all of that sort of thing, coaches, physios, dietitians, stringers, then you know you want that protected. So signatures are required very early for people of this caliber.
Well, it's an outstanding rally taking place at the moment, and she wrong foots her French opponent. And I think it's worth saying about Tessa and Jeanjean. She's of Mozambique heritage, but born in Montpellier. And I saw bits of the first set where she was very much on the back foot, and it's testimony to her A, ability, and B, strength of character, that she came back to take the second set, and as you can see at the moment, has a break.
Yes, please. She moves with fantastic balance. Both move great on this surface. But what is so wonderful about watching this qualifying tournament in the sunshine is how many people are, I mean, obviously you're going to get people who lose their composure and they get upset and all the rest, but I'm struck by the level of professionalism of these women.
Whoa, look at that cross-court.
It's a wonderful.
That was outstanding.
Dipped onto the line. But the sheer level and also the conditioning of these athletes as well, both on the men's side and the women's side, and the level of positivity from people. Obviously, one or two exceptions with the frustration, but it is amazing. There's no room for negativity these days. I mean, you're just going to get beaten. You're going to get dumped if you lose it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I remember coming just to watch here, 20, 30 years ago, and
poor old boy.
And I know, I was, and having to pay to get in, and being aware, if you just listened, you could hear shrieks and shouts and tantrums, really all round the courts at various points. But actually, you're struck to the point that you were making earlier about the professionalism and about the fact how everybody is on it now. There's almost no room for that.
No, such are the margins. She's come in here and she's made herself a target and she's picked off cross-court, which will be a disappointment to her. You see the balance that Tessa plays. I told you I call her Tessa. You see the balance that she plays with? Her movement is unbelievable. Absolutely key game. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, these days, a lot of mindfulness, sophrology takes place. Were you aware of sophrology?
Good player.
Billy Sophrology. Meditation, mindfulness, etc. People work from a very early age on those sorts of elements, and that's come in the last 10 to 15 years, the ability to control the mind and therefore get maximum performance out of the game.
Well,
now, if I did a double fault there like that, I'd lose my sophrology over that.
Yeah, but Jeanjean Jafitrimo, which is a wonderfully rhythmic name as well, it really has a great sort of tempo to it. But she's a break point down here now, and if she loses serve here, we'll be back to level pegging.
Too early on the ball, too early. Get it over. That is a universal language. Get the ball over and in on a break point, so she'll be disappointed. Just 17 years of age, still learning, but already with some very big name scalps behind her.
Well, in a way, she's kind of the next Coco Gauff. We were here 3 years ago for Gauff's first foray into qualifying here, with everybody talking about her. And some people can cope with all the paraphernalia around that better than others. I mean, inevitably, because they are still very, very young people.
They are. And this is where parents come in and the support you get growing up. And I remember very well Coco Gauff's mother not being allowed into the gym to be with Coco in this gym that was right behind us now as a sort of a media unit. And her mother didn't make any sort of fuss at all, was just class personified. Oh, I understand, I don't have the right ID. See you later, Coco. And it was just, there's a calmness.
I think Jelena Dokic's dad might have taken a different approach.
Yeah, and many, many others over the years. So you do need the backing, and parents have to sacrifice a great deal to make all of this possible, which heaps more pressure on some shoulders.
That's big hitting. Good harrying. Ooh. And not a great volley, it has to be said. So, Jeanjean Jafitrimo hangs on and leads 3-1 in this final set.
John Inverdale has just moved out of the bright sunshine under a tree that I was under, leaving me to pour in the sunshine. It's warm, isn't it, John? Are you comfortable?
It's a beautiful day. I'm much more comfortable here than I was where you are now. But this is the point where most 17-year-olds think, I'm a breakdown in the third set. Oh, I'm probably going to lose now. Club players, players who play at a certain level. This is when a 17-year-old at this level thinks, I hold my serve, I break her back, I win 6-3. It's a kind of total opposite ends of the pendulum thinking.
She's a professional. And they're expected to be professional from a very early age, and expectation is very important. You expect high standards, operate in such a way that you maximize your performance. Don't hurt yourself. Your opponent's trying to do that. Incidentally, did you see the ATP Tour's decision to allow off-court coaching through headphones and microphones earlier on today?
No.
For the remainder of the season. So not at Wimbledon, because it's under different auspices. It's the club championships, But on the regular ATP Tour, that will take place for the rest of the year. So you're not alone out there.
So players will be able to walk to their chair, put on some headphones and talk to their coach.
Exactly.
And will that conversation be made available to people watching at home on television?
Yes. Despite the language difficulties with a global sport, there won't be any universal language they have to use. So we're going to need an awful lot of translators. But we'll get the gist, because body language is as important as what is actually said in those situations.
Well, those Tuesday night Serbian classes are going to come in very handy.
I disagree with that decision, by the way. I think from an entertainment point of view, I think it might be a contribution. But I personally think it's perhaps I'm an old stick in the mud now, but I think you should be figuring it out on the court by yourself.
Yeah, I think that puts tennis is in a different boat to most other sports, but I think in most sports that interaction between the decision makers off the field and those on it adds massively to the public's engagement with the sport. That is one heck of a forehand. But she's playing a real athlete who gets the ball back all the time. That's great.
Oh, yippee. This is great
cross-court tennis from Tessa.
Well, doesn't she move with balance and with grace on the court? Very, very difficult to get her out of position and in such a position that she can't recover. Evidence of hard physical work, but also a natural athletic ability. So she is difficult to get through. And Fruhritova, probably the one with the bigger ground strokes. Clearly not that comfortable doing anything other than driving the ball from the middle of the court on the volley at the moment, where a simple volley might do. That ball hit the line and just stopped dead.
Why does it do that?
Because obviously the surface of the grass that has titanium pigment on it doesn't bounce the same way as a grass court, and nobody's been able to figure that out yet, John.
And literally, that almost bounced backwards.
Exactly.
That was ridiculous.
Really irritating.
Anyway, here is a point. And it's duly taken. So we're at 3-2 in this deciding set.
Yeah, but do you see the way she took that? She just took it in her stride.
Yeah.
And again, that's what we've been watching throughout the match. We've had a medical timeout as well. This is just classic qualifying. Classic. Lovely to watch.
And in purely practical terms as well, having bandages on your racket hand, not easy. Clearly there must be blisters there or whatever it might be, and again it's about being professional. I know my fingers hurt, I know I've got blisters on them, I know I've had to put plasters on them, but I've got to banish all thoughts of that.
Well,
just get on with hitting the ball, but that is easier said than done.
Well, I mean, you've covered a fair bit of sport in your few years, John, haven't you? You know, the rugby boys, everyone has to go out there and maintain their self-control, and sometimes they're getting smacked in the head. And you have to maintain your discipline and not let anybody get under your skin, and not let your own ailments get under your skin. It's about self-discipline, and they come up young these days and ready to play. And here's two who are ready. I mean, imagine having somebody like Matt Dawson chirruping away at you, just niggling you and getting you in the ribs and giving it the verbals, and you've still got to maintain your level of professionalism.
But in the instance of
Austin Healey, even worse.
Fruhritova at the moment, that she must be thinking this is hurting slightly, but you can't allow that to even be an element in how you're approaching the game, unless of course it's forcing you to play certain shots in a certain way rather than others, because actually it hurts too much to play it another way.
lovely. You might not have caught that at home, wherever you are in the world, watching this qualifying from Roehampton, but there was a slice from Fruhritova there that just cut across the strings and moved the strings against other strings, and there was a delightful scrape, like a poor violin player, imparting huge traction on the ball and getting lovely side spin. Useful shot.
Beautiful wrong footing volley.
That's the way they do it these days. They don't come in and put an easy ball away. They wait, hit one more ground stroke, and then drive the volley. It is just one of the parts of the game which has changed so much. It's a very missable ball, a drive volley, but not if you're a fearless 17-year-old. I'm actually beginning to fry in this sun after you, Infidel, have taken my...
I'll allow you to take a step to your left.
Thank you. Plenty of tree to go around.
The great thing about coming to qualifying here is that you can say, years later, I actually saw X in qualifying, whoever it might be. And people look at you. That's beautifully played. Oh, I mean, it wasn't that bad a drop shot, but she was so quick off the mark. And then that lovely touch cross court.
15-30. And even if Fruhritova had covered the cross court there, she wouldn't have got that ball. It was a gentle lift across the court, just catching the top of the tape and taking it out of even the longest of reach. Keeps her in the game at 15-30. No, that's not the shot.
What was the shot?
Well, the shot there is probably a poke down the line. Certainly not a really extended backswing, because it's quite gusty now. The wind has picked up in the last sort of hour or so, and there was a gust of wind, certainly here, and we're only about 40 or 50 feet away. If you take a massive swing on a short ball on a grass court where the ball bounces low and you've got to hit up over the net, you do risk error. How easy from here it is, of course.
That's good hitting.
Allez. From love 30 to 40-30 as the world's largest bumblebee comes after us.
It's a long old time since a French man won at Roland Garros. It's not quite so long since a French woman, Mary Pierce. But even so, out in Paris a couple of weeks ago at Roland Garros, French tennis is just crying out for a man or woman to suddenly lift their game at the moment, because in the latter stages at their national championship, they've got nobody to hang their hat on. And who's to say, in a few years' time, the hat might not fit Tessa.
Well, she certainly has style, and she certainly has game. And there's an elegance to the production of her ground strokes, but particularly to her movement and efficiency to her movement. I think she's quite thrilling to watch. When I arrived at the position here to have a quick chat with you, John, I thought we were going to go elsewhere, but I'm absolutely delighted to be watching this match. And we're not alone. Plenty of people here. And that's what happens. The relatively sparse crowds, because the capacity of this ground is not great. People will gravitate towards the best match, not the biggest names. Although these are the biggest names, in fact the longest.
And if you're watching, wherever you're watching, and thinking, there aren't many people here. There actually is a crowd limit of 1,200 people here every day, and so we do have a full house, as it were. But I gather, talking to a couple of people involved with the All England Club, that there are plans. Well, in fact, there is a centre court being built in the middle of the cricket pitch. So in the middle of this huge complex here, which next year will have proper grandstands around it. So the number of people here next year will be massively increased on this year and previous years, and I think that will give a completely different flavour, a different feel to qualifying compared to what it's been in days gone by.
Hi, John, that's tremendous research. While I've been stuck in the commentary box, you've been doing all of that gathering of information as you do. I wondered what the concrete sort of settings were for. Those are down, early construction work. Footings, that's what are down. Settings, footings are down, concrete footings.
And I suppose the temptation might be to actually do nothing here, because the intention is to ensure that the qualifying competition is at the All England Club in 6 years' time. So on many occasions like that, you'd say, well, as we've only got a 6-year tenure here, let's just leave it as it is. But they are spending quite a lot of money on new changing rooms, on new infrastructure, on a new centre court. So certainly qualifying for the next 5 years or so will have a marked uplift compared to previous years. And I don't suppose either of these players will be playing in qualifying here again in the foreseeable future.
No, and it's going to be a community sports facility, this former Bank of England sports ground, now the community sports, whatever it's called. It's, you know, there is a community function to it, so to upgrade the facilities is a great idea. There is another one in Rains Park that Wimbledon have, and that is open for community play, and it's the right thing to do, because you know you don't exist in a vacuum. There's a great deal of inconvenience as well as joy for many of the residents of Merton and Wandsworth, but you know you could certainly call it disturbance or disruption, which most people are absolutely happy to put up with and understand the necessity of, but you know always working with the community is better than working against it. So it's just all part of being responsible citizens, and you know we'll see about the planning applications and how they go through for the massive development which Wimbledon have undertaken opposite the ground proper at the golf course opposite. It's going to be a few years.
Who knows what either of these two young players will achieve between now and 2028 when the new Wimbledon is unveiled. But certainly a lot of it is expected of the young Czech player from Prague, but it's Tessa Andrian-Jafitrimo from France who has a break of serve in this final set and is about to serve at 4-3. Well, she took that call very well, because Andrew and I are right on that line. Thought it brought up some chalk, but anyway.
Semi-finalist in the juniors last year for Ritova.
Tessa's dad was a tennis coach, and it's one of those interesting stats which I don't have to my fingertips, but I wonder how many of the players playing in qualifying at Wimbledon this year. Wolf, that was a hammer blow to the solar plexus. That really was big forehand from Kvitova. But I wonder how many players here have got a mother or a father who have been involved in tennis in some shape or form. Quite a high percentage, I would think. It's that kind of a sport.
It's also very expensive still for many people. So if you've got somebody in the family who has
who's got a tennis racket.
Well, exactly. And access to a court that would normally cost a lot of money.
Well, here are 3 break points then for the Czech.
Love 14.
And is she the next in line from through Navratilova, through Kvitova, Novotná?
Oh, I do miss Jana. This time of the year especially. Whoops. And that's why, I mean, you see, when you look at players like this, when the overhead went up, the technique's pretty good. But following on from that, the half volley and the natural instinct to come forward and to volley, as a Jana Novotná would have done,
isn't there.
Well, not yet, because she really, well, she's so young. I mean,
and you wouldn't do that on a clay court, would you? You'd go back.
Yeah. You wouldn't find yourself in that position either in the first place.
Still got 2 break opportunities though. That's a real bludgeoning forehand that she's got.
Oh, that's brilliantly done.
That really is classy.
Yeah. Yes, and because she'd missed that one in the previous game from the other end, she made 2 very good low forehands in this game, including that one clubbed into the backhand side of the opposition to gain the break of serve. Now 4-all final set. This is getting nice and tight.
And that was learning on the game, effectively.
Yeah. You don't have to spend too long to look at this one and go, I have a little look at the future. She's born in 2005.
I know. When I saw that.
What were you doing in 2005?
When I saw that, I thought some error here. Surely.
You'd already had 3 careers by then.
That pesky net getting in the way on 2 occasions there.
Wait, please.
To wait.
And actually, because of all the hype about Kvitova, there's a danger that you actually tend to watch her rather than watching her opponent. And actually, if you just watch her opponent, her movement, her ability, as you used the word grace earlier on, but her athleticism. I mean, you wouldn't, she could do the 400 hurdles or whatever it might be. She's just got an amazing ability to get around the court.
It never looks like she's off balance, even when pulled to the side. I agree. Whoops, just pushing off with the left foot, can't make ground to that forehand side. Yeah, Dad was a Madagascan tennis player and a very good one. Obviously couldn't go pro. From there, didn't have the means or whatever the circumstances were. Came to France, changed all of their lives. And we obviously it's a very hot topic the whole time, isn't it? People changing their circumstances by going to other places, and this is what has happened with this family. There are 2 young.
TFO is another example.
France, exactly, and his father was an attendant at an indoor tennis facility. Too long, just reaching for that one. And of course, what that gives you is a hunger. And
30-40.
as you try to go from, I don't know, it's a social mobility question. And, you know, everybody's got a story. Everybody who is here, rich or poor or from any other part of the world. But, you know, when it comes right down to it, there's one person down the other end of the net. It's you versus them. It's the glory of the sport. And that's why I don't want coaching from off the court. I think you should be figuring it out yourself. I mean, aren't we having a nice time watching this?
Big opportunity and a good put away. Undemonstrative with the racket, slightly more so with her vocal cords there.
Break point down.
Yeah, that was a important point for the young Czech player. So here we are, 1-7 all, 4-all deuce. Balanced on a knife edge.
Serve.
Good angle on the serve. It's opened the court up, but she didn't quite make the most of that.
Oh!
That's a good shot from Tessa.
It was a horrible approach.
Advantage.
Literally 3 or 4 foot further to the right, and she would not have been able to make that passing shot. Instead, she had time.
And here's a second break opportunity for Jeanjean.
Too long.
Yes.
You see the positive self-talk there, even on the missed forehand. Jeanjean, clenching the fist, saying it's okay, accepting it, moving on to the next point. She's now had, what, 2 break points. Had a chance for the pass on the first one. A missed forehand there.
Advantage, Grabher.
It's a pummeling forehand, that, though, isn't it? It's relentlessly putting you under pressure. And here is an opportunity for Kvitova to take the lead.
Smart.
Yeah, that got her back into the centre of the court.
And that one just stays a little low on her, not quite. I mean, the technical prowess from both these players is impressive. The development of the shots. These are not people who have just sort of rocked up by, you know, and entered the tournament. They are absolutely
if they
solid.
had, that would be very impressive.
Yeah, how'd you get into this tournament? There's £11,000 plus for first round losers. Well, you don't just enter. Well, you do.
It's not Maurice Flickcroft in the Open Championship.
Oh yeah.
If you haven't seen that film yet, by the way, The Phantom of the Open, if you're remotely a golf fan, you will laugh out loud. It's terrific. Oh, some clever slicing and dicing here.
Smart. Very smart. Lovely play.
Beautifully played all round.
A lovely sort of a suggestion of a triple salto there at the end for Kvitova. She just...
That was a lovely chess point, wasn't it? Just
she played the ball
in certain positions.
Yeah, she played the ball in short. It wasn't just it wasn't a dead drop shot. She played it and then followed it in afterwards, and then had the presence of mind to volley down the line. That's really a beautifully constructed point. She's had disappointments in this game. She's missed forehands on break points. Here's another break point. This would mean serving for the match if she can get through this game. Wide, that has to be called wide. Yep, no overrule from James Keothavong, an experienced umpire in the chair. We know that name. And he's quite right to leave that alone. No challenge is possible on this court. No Hawkeye. The ball was clearly out, and That was a slight loss of nerve there on the third break point, I believe it was.
Yeah. So, Jeanjean Fitrimo.
Do you think she's going to...
Tessa to her friends.
Tess.
Yeah.
Do you think she's going to serve it out? I mean, how different it is, John, to the men. You can see, I mean, from a club player's perspective, watching women's tennis now and women's doubles is often, I think, more rewarding than watching the men, because the men have become such extraordinarily powerful creatures.
Well, men's doubles,
a game that's unrecognisable.
Men's doubles now is, with the odd exception, not a great spectacle, because it's bang, possible return, put away at the net, repeat, and that is not much fun.
And not for a moment is John saying, if in case anybody's, that it's not skillful, difficult to do, and a phenomenal thing to watch. But you're absolutely right. It's not like it was. It's become very scientific.
And women's doubles is not like that, and actually is a better spectacle as a consequence.
Well, I know what's on my telly when I go home, and I've left Mrs. Castle at home watching. I mean, sometimes she'll watch repeats of doubles, women's doubles, and I find myself in full admiration doing the same before going down to my telly if I've had too much.
So here's Tessa Jeanjean Fitrimo serving for a place in the second round of qualifying. Just the second round after a match of this quality.
Well, this is what Raducanu did at the US Open last September.
Yep. And we know what happened after that, but.
She won 10 matches, and this is the first of how many for one of these players. You just never know. Memories of McEnroe, 77, making the semi-finals as a 17-year-old.
Well, but between now and when she hangs up her racket, that forehand is going to have won her an awful lot of points.
And the serve from Jeanjean Fitrimo, it's not enough. This serve is not enough to get the job done, or at least it hasn't been so far. It's rather sitting in the middle of the court. Can she release herself here? Tried to get some racket head speed behind it, but serving at love 32nd serve here. Look at where Fruitova is returning from. Baseline or just inside, pressuring. And that's the result, I'm afraid.
There's two double faults.
Serves a little bit pushy.
Two double faults in this game already. By the way, part of my solution for making men's doubles better entertainment.
One serve?
One serve.
Okay, well, you're going to be fighting a lobby if that becomes an official campaign. Just wide, going for it on the second serve.
She was really going for that as well. But that was a love 40 shot.
Yeah, the ball kicked up quite well there. Some work on the ball on the second serve. There's a break point saved. Be interesting if she got this point. Two break points still. Two double faults to this side already, and let's not even imagine it.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Fantastic.
That is just
hands
brilliant.
down from the umpire. And he's absolutely right. The call was spot on. The serve was about 3.5 miles an hour, and the return, Fruhvirtova had enough time to go, shall I hit this or shall I get it back into play? And she elected, unlike on the first of the break points, she elected just to knock it back into play and get stuck into a rally. Honestly, technically, and from a thought process point of view, both these players deserve the highest credit. This is great fun. Great fun for us.
Set all then, 5-all. Well, the net couldn't do her a favour in the way that it did one for Tessa.
She has a very high take back on that forehand side, Linda Fruhvirtova. She can be caught on that sort of soft bouncing middle ball, that low bouncing middle of the court forehand side. 3 or 4 of those. Oh, that's so good!
But she's done that a couple of times, and Tessa is so quick off the mark. Unless it's the ultimate perfect drop shot, you're going to get done by that, and she has been twice.
No. Holding serve is the hardest thing to do at the moment. But you're quite right about the balance. When you come up to a drop shot, don't think you've got to get to the ball, then play it. You get your racket in front of you, as she did there, and move through the ball. Keep moving. Don't stop.
Good serve. That's a good serve.
That was the one from our end, John, that she went for when she was break point down 2 games ago and just missed it out wide. So it's a courageous piece of play, that. Is the scoreboard wrong? What's the score?
15-40.
Oh.
And
I've definitely got the score wrong there. Good job I'm not an umpire. Break.
Well, that was a poor volley for a player as vaunted as Fruhvirtova, and she's snatched her towel from the chair at the far end, and she is very, very cross about that. And so, once more, Tessa has a chance to serve this match out.
How obvious is it when we watch a match like this, and the only real test, it's not on the practice court, it's not in matches where you're going to beat somebody 6-1, 1-1, 1-2. It's in matches like this and in situations like this that you find out what your technical strengths and your weaknesses are. And middle of the court, low bouncing shots at the moment for Fruhvirtova, not there yet, but it's difficult to play somebody in on that and exploit that weakness if you're playing against her. And the volleys are requiring hours. Listen, the development program will be in place for her to achieve her best tennis. Not now, not in 2 weeks' time. I mean, look, if it comes earlier, then fine. But this will be a 3 to 5 year plan, 100%. Like a good investment.
As it has been with Coco Gauff, who 3 years ago was here, and 2 weeks ago was in the final at Roland Garros.
Yeah, and everyone was saying, a lot of people questioning whether her development was going in the right direction. Should she be hitting that second serve so hard? Why is she smashing everything so hard? Well, I guess we'll find out whether the development program and the direction of travel has been right or wrong, but she's already a Grand Slam finalist, so I guess that's pretty good.
Well, a shriek of positivity, I suspect, from Fruhvirtova down in front of us at the start of what might be the final game of this match. If Tessa can hold here, but it was her serve that was really shaky the last time she had this opportunity. And that's a much better opener from her. Well, that was a slightly hesitant shot on that high forehand from Fruhvirtova, but Tessa went long, so first blood to the Czech.
Who is belting it from the back of the court. Not a very technical term, but particularly on the backhand side, it's very flat. And that's why Andrea Gianfrittimo just lifting up on the forehand side, and sometimes you see an error as it hits the bottom of the racket. It's the pace from Fruhvirtova, love 15. And this will not break the national speed limit, this second serve. And she's just gone over again on the worn patch. Only a couple of days of play, obviously, on these courts, but just quite dry. We've had some very warm weather, just pushing off with the right foot. Second time we've seen that.
And even though she was serving for the match, there was a certain inevitability you felt that we might be heading towards a champions tiebreak. But not if...
is it a champions break?
Or a match tiebreak,
or
whatever it's called.
Is it up to 10, the last one?
Yeah, yeah.
You know everything. I thought it was a regular one. Must read the rules, must get up to speed. Not there yet. That's wide.
And her go-to reliable weapon of the forehand, letting her down on a couple of occasions. And so Andrea Gianfrittimo is now just 2 points away from what would be a very big win for her.
The wind just picking up here, gusty. Line ball, absolutely magnificent hitting. You've got to be kidding me. So much for being scared in a big situation. They are really in this match now, aren't they, these two? Couple of interesting slices, good, strong slices. And the footwork for Fruhvirtova not letting her down. First serve went down the middle this time, but this side last time, John, they got the error. Does she go there again or out wide?
A chance to take us to 6-all. A second serve to take us to 6-all and a champions tiebreak. Wow. Well, you don't need commentators here, you just need to listen to Fruhvirtova. And when she shrieks like that, it's a positive shriek. And when she shrieks with a slightly different timbre, it's a negative, I've made a mistake shriek. So basically she commentates for us. But it's 6-all, and it means it's the first to 10 that will go through to the second round.
Line ball.
Going back behind Tessa, and again, yep. The French player's done well to stay in this rally, but for how long?
Unbelievably disciplined from Fruhvirtova. Never a panic off the ball, waiting, preparing the racket, getting the body in position, and just pulling the trigger on these ground strokes. She's absolutely automatic. Fine defence from the other end, but there was only one player in that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, the fiddly stuff she is so good at. Any possibility to play one of these little games cross-court or throwing one in with a different spin or a different look. You know, you feel that there's one player in it. I think it's a great move, especially on the backhand side where she has that natural slice. Just to throw a short ball in if she can, with but it has to have meaning to it. You've got to play it in. You can't just feather it. She slipped again there.
Well, just when you think one player's getting the nudge, suddenly the game turns on its head again. So 2-1, Jeanjean Jafitrimo leads.
Do you think they both know, John, that this is the first to 10?
Yeah, because they have read the rules.
There's that short ball, middle of the court again, you see?
Yep.
Difficult. But a part of our esteemed commentary team here, Jamie Delgado, qualified here 3 times. He was playing one guy, lost the first 2 sets to him. I'll let him tell the story. Lost the first 2 sets to him. The bloke went mad, fell all over the floor and was celebrating wildly. He was in the main draw of Wimbledon. Then he was told it was best of 5 and Jamie beat him.
That's a sad story.
Not for Jamie.
That's a really sad story. Well, Linda is in a bit of bother here now. Linda with her Linda with her sister, Brenda. Not the most obvious of Czech names. There must be some reasons. I don't know who they're named after.
I don't know, EastEnders characters.
I was thinking Brenda Lee, but I think
Brenda from Bristol.
That probably dates me considerably. But anyway,
actually, yes, it does.
Yeah.
What was the name of that hit?
She did the original Rocking Round the Christmas Tree. There we are. 4-1. But that was a very, very tentative second serve. And just when it looked as though Jeanjean Jafitrimo was taking control of this tiebreak, that was a real moment of self-doubt. And the gusts are getting a little bit gustier, and maybe that was why on the ball toss there she was all over the place a bit. But it's also very hot, and you can see both players taking new water bottles because the way that this game is going, they could be changing ends a couple more times yet before this tiebreak is done.
There have been other matches, and I can't put my finger on or identify exactly when, but somebody thought they'd got to 7 and won a regular tiebreak, and they were then informed that it was to 10 and they lost. I just wonder.
Well, it's been a very scratchy second serve so far in this tiebreak. What will she come up with here? Much better.
Oh, yeah, that was all about willpower. The slice kept very low on Furutsova.
5-2.
And then the willingness to come forward. Now she'll be thinking at 5-2 up. Jeanjean Jafitrimo, just one of these next 2 points. Okay, obviously think and play a good, strong point here, but one of the next 2.
Well, 5-2 in a 7-point tiebreak, and you're thinking, I'm almost there. She's only halfway there at the moment.
No, it's okay. That's good thinking. Go for it.
5-3.
Second serve. I mean, it's there to be hit. The book says, okay, this is a green light. But it was a miss in the net. Now, does she go for this one again, or does she just knock it back into play? Gust of wind. Desperate.
Oh, that's well watched. She had a long time to think about that. Where to put it, where it might go, and especially with the gust of wind, where it might end up. But that's one of those 2 points that you said that she wanted, and she got it. So she's 6-3 to the good.
You can only think one step at a time in a breaker. You can only think about, really, if you want to play your best tennis, you just play every ball on its merits. And to try to maintain a clarity of thinking when the pressure is on, when the prize is there in front of you, well, that's a challenge. Ooh, that's rushed from down the far end. From where we're standing, John, that is a rushed forehand, and we've seen very few moments where we've witnessed composure being lost on the development of a ground stroke from Fruhvirtova, who looks metronomic, but that one was no good. Now, this is massive point, massive point. Out wide. No, that slice has given her all sorts of trouble. Low bouncing on a grass court.
Yeah, probably it's something that she hasn't experienced also before, and it's happening, and almost as the ball's coming towards her, you almost sense she might be thinking, oh no, not in that position again. What am I going to do this time? And repeating as before, 3-8. She has to win this point. You think she has to win this point?
Okay, green light again on the second serve. Long, well done.
And the pressure mounting because they can both see Anne Kyothafong in the corner waiting to interview the winner.
Oh, there's no greater pressure.
And they're just thinking, I've always wanted to be interviewed by Anne.
There she is. She's been all over these Roehampton grounds telling us about people that we didn't know quite so much about before, and it's been excellent. And everybody has a story to tell, and Anne is there to find that story. Is there anything left to tell in this match? Getting over the winning line ain't easy, especially not when you've got a serve which is
fragile.
You know, it looks nicely developed. It looks well coached. It's just not very hard. It's not going to win a free point. So therefore, it goes without saying this is a big point.
If the Czech player can get this to 8-5 and say to Tessa, over to you, but I know I'm on top of your serves, we could yet have an interesting finale here. But she's got to win this point.
She had enough time there. That ball sat up a little bit. It wasn't one of those slices that stayed low. Didn't go through the court. It was very defensive. So it's now from what, 3-8 to 5-8, or 8-5 server.
And while there's hope,
oh, there is.
There's life.
8-5 can become 8-6. The difference here between 8-6 and 9-5, it's a chasm.
Opportunity here, you would think, but we're back in a attacking defensive position for both players, and that is a tricky overhead, but she managed to get back into play. But the French player now almost on level pegging with her in terms of who's controlling the rally.
She's on fumes here.
It's still
that's
the young Czech. That was just fantastic. I mean, from both players. The way that Jeanjean Fittremo kept in that rally was brilliant. But also, Linda didn't panic, did she?
I'm tense. I can't bear this.
She was really, really...
My heart rate's up.
That's a 17-year-old playing like a 37-year-old.
Fantastic. I love the defence there, but you know what? She's got to get on the front foot here.
It was 8-3, then it was 8-4, then it was 8-5. Now it's 8-6.
Oh, here we go again. No, that's... Oh, it's come back.
That's great chasing. You would have thought at any point of that rally that the Czech player was going to win it, and we were going to be 8-7, and we'll be saying, goodness me, listen, this is fantastic. But goodness me, Tessa Andriancha-Fitrimo, she never gives up on a ball, and she is such a dogged.
That ball, the last one, dug into the court and almost came back towards the net because it has so much backspin on, and Fruhvirtova unable to match the spin of the ball with her footwork. Suddenly 6-9. These are match points. That's a dodgy serve.
That's a I can't believe I'm 3 match points down serve. So is that.
And there we are.
There is that same shot from the French player that's calling on Fruhvirtova to get the ball up and over the net, but it buries itself halfway up, and well done to both players for providing a fantastic spectacle out here on court 10, but especially to Tessa Andriancha-Fitrimo from Montpellier in the southern half of France. That's a great victory for her, and she is a considerable athlete
and a wonderful
tennis player.
Wonderful handshake at the end as well, some warmth to that, and we're going to see Fruhvirtova. I mean, obviously, if you had to pick one of these two to have the sort of career that's going to put them in the limelight, you know, obviously I can see why everyone's making a fuss of Linda Fruhvirtova and her younger sister by 3 years, Brenda, who apparently, rather like the Williams sisters, when Venus first came onto the scene and made the US Open final in 1997, so everyone talked about Serena. We'll see. That's all in the future.
Well, Anne Kyothafong has made her way down onto court. And we can hear from the winner.
What a match.
Yeah, what a match. I mean, I'm really, really tired, actually, yeah. I feel like I'm cramping.
Oh, okay, well, we won't keep you too long, but you showed some unbelievable defensive skills. What was going through your mind there?
I was trying to stay positive. That was my mantra during the match, yeah.
Yeah. And what are you most proud about for your performance today?
Didn't give up. Not give up. Even if the score is not on my side, I try to stay positive.
Yeah. And would you say that's one of your greatest qualities on the tennis court?
I'm trying to, yeah. And I guess so, yeah.
Well, it looks as though you need to go and get an ice bath and recover.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to the ice bath now.
Okay, good luck. Fantastic match.
Thank you so much.
That is one happy winner here at Roehampton today. So that was a kind of a gamble that we took there to not stay on our show court of court 11 throughout the whole day, but it was one that was well worth taking, and we were duly rewarded with a fabulous game of tennis. And perhaps we saw there the shape of the women's game to come at some point in the future, but that's a winning smile if ever there was one. So court 10 vacates, and we will go back to court 11, where our third match is already 1 set to the good. So let's go to our commentators there.
Well, good backhand there, but first set was won by Mcdonald in a big surprise. At 5-all, she hung in there and kept holding a serve, and then all of a sudden Coco Vandeweghe threw in 2 terrible games and lost the set, but Vandeweghe is now zoomed off to a 3-love lead and just had a game point for a 4-love lead, so obviously a must-win game here for Ella Mcdonald.
Game, Mcdonald. New balls, please. Vandeweghe leads by 3-1, second set.
Do you still think a little bit, though, that Coco Vandeweghe could throw in one dodgy service game? You know, we saw that in the first set, and her rhythm looked good, and all of a sudden just a double and 2 forehands in the middle of the net, and I don't know, she doesn't exude confidence at the moment.
Especially as the set goes on, if you start getting to the latter stages of the set where she's going to get a bit more nervous.
Well, if she'd have won that game and had a double break, I think that then we would have had, I think she would have coasted, but you know, not thought about it too much. But now it's only 1 break.
Love. Let for service. Oh. 15 all.
Carved that one away, but
30, 15.
In the first set on quite a big point, she missed one of these into an open court. But this time made no mistake.
Yeah, it was a nice looking volley, that one. Stuck it and punched it.
Let for service. All.
Well, the idea was good, but
40, 30.
Didn't master the technique there, punching that one back.
Game, Vandeweghe.
Well, a little wobble there on the serve, couple of doubles, but
Vandeweghe leads by 4 games to 1. Second set, first set, Mcdonald.
did enough. And she leads 4-1 in the second, having lost the first 7-5. I would think, Jamie, that coaching Coco Vandeweghe would be difficult at times. She's a great lady, but just in terms of the game, the way she plays, and she's one of those players that I don't think it's easy to teach like percentage tennis. I don't think that kind of she reacts to that, you know. So it's almost like I think you just have to get her in the best shape you can to hit and go for it and say you can beat anybody kind of thing.
I think it is tricky. Yes, I think it's tough to convince or encourage someone not to hit the ball as hard as they like to do when they have that
Time.
possibility, but smarter shots, I think, would help.
Yes.
When to do it.
Yeah.
So you don't want to take that away from them.
No, of course
not. A little
not.
bit of extra bit that makes them special, but just to understand of when to really go for it and when just to hold back a little bit.
Yeah. Mcdonald serving 1-4. Obviously a must-hold serve this game.
Love. All.
The drop shot's been mixed, hasn't it? She won a couple early on, and then she's made a couple of bad ones. Not at the right time, or the right place in the court to go for it. Oh, that was nicely done.
15-30.
See, that was an example of really not overhitting, just getting the right spot, stepping in and sort of almost guiding it in. First return was fabulous.
Yeah, good target on the court. Yeah, she got some great depth on it, but she has such easy natural power. She doesn't have to try and overhit because she's got the power already without even trying.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a 15-30 to go 15-40, sets the point up. And those are the drills that you do over and over again, that sort of inside-out forehand. You practice them, and that was the one that you would think she'd make 8 out of 10.
Yeah. 30-40.
Well, this is virtually set point here. Yeah, tough to see any comeback here.
Vandeweghe.
Such a great return, such nice timing. The ball just comes off the racket so fast for her naturally.
Second set.
I was working with her. I'd spend a lot of time on the return, just trying to get a lot of high percentage returns in the court. So it just gives you the opportunity to set up for the following ground strokes.
Yeah, because the serve almost takes care of itself. I mean, a serve is, it's a thing of beauty.
Love 15.
Yeah, with how well she serves, she's going to steamroll through her fair share of service games. If she can improve her return game, she should go up the rankings a lot quicker.
Oh. 15 all. Up. 30-15.
Well, I haven't seen too many of those this set. We saw a few of them in the first set, but this one beautifully struck by Mcdonald Open stance forehand. Smacking that one away.
Forward to 30.
Good deep serve.
Brings up set point. Just didn't get the feet right there.
Yeah, the return came back on her pretty fast, but she can just take a little bit more care with that shot.
Advantage, Vandeweghe.
Second set point. Yeah, it's a good shot.
Use. Advantage, Vandeweghe.
Well, that is a tremendous second serve. Okay, I mean, she's up 5-1, so I suppose she can be, you know, take a bit of a risk because she's got a few games in hand, but still, that was a wonderful serve. Brings up a third set point. And she'd like a first serve here. She just hasn't had one on these other two set points. Well done.
Game and second set, Vandeweghe. 6 games to 1, 1 set all.
Well, a little bit of a struggle in that game, but got the job done. Coco Vandeweghe takes the second set, 6-1. We are 1 set all.
Much better second set from Coco Vandeweghe. I think her returns in court actually made the difference as the set went on. She got herself into many more rallies. Unforced errors was only a couple less, but good amount of winners. 9, couple of games worth of winners there. Very dominant on serve. We can see 86% points. First serve, 0.1, which is exactly what she needs. Ella struggled. Second serve points, 40%. A bit too low.
And guess what's around the corner? Wimbledon will start in 6 days.
Centre court, the greatest stage in tennis.
Serena with a stunning forehand. Well, dreams come alive.
That was the first point of the third set.
15, love.
And Ella Mcdonald, after winning that first set magnificently, really got trounced in the second 6-1. Obviously would love and would needs a good start here in this third set.
Yeah, absolutely. Beginning of this third set crucial for Mcdonald. If she can somehow stay in the set, 1, 2, 3 all, might get a service game that happened in the first set from Coco.
I think that could happen.
But you've got to do the hard work now. Keep holding serve if you can.
40, love.
Great start.
Mcdonald, first game, final set.
Good hold there. That's exactly what she needed. She's up 1 love in the third set. Managed to serve very well in the second set, and she'll be wanting more of the same. Love 1, third set. Like that change up. Very nice. Didn't overpower it. Just got the angle right. Short angle.
Yeah, she's got the hands for that, hasn't she, to play those shots a little bit more often.
That's where, you know, the feet, she just didn't move. I mean, good serve, but then it's almost like she's not prepared for the return, and then gets caught sloppy, and then hooks the ball and compensates because she moves, you know, because she's moving late. Got to cut down those type of sloppy errors. Got to make your opponents earn these points. But then you've got that.
Great volley.
There's just not many people can volley like that.
Yeah, going back to that first ball after the serve, I think it's quite common with big servers that get used to getting so many cheap points, and then the ball comes back and they're not always ready. Got to always train that serve plus what first ball. Get your legs going and play a proper shot.
Yep, well played.
Forward to 15.
Seems to have found a good rhythm on a serve again.
Forward to 30.
Again, feet just stuck to the ground. A bit more proactive with your legs. You could have got on a forehand and hit a much more offensive shot.
Vandeweghe.
Good hands off a tricky bouncer off the line, I think. Good hands in the end. This ball completely checks on her. Or just stops. Ends up reaching it for her. Luckily, she's got good hands to still be able to control the ball. Not happy with it.
15 love.
Right play, but poor execution by her standards.
Yeah,
not getting out of the way of the ball again.
Yeah, a decent return again that set that up. And the shots that she needs to be making. Just a bit more work on the ball, a bit more spin, a bit more height over the net, just to give yourself a bit of margin. That's what she's capable of.
Yeah, when she gets going, there's not much spin in that backhand or the forehand, really. It's a flat ball and it comes off the court when she gets a hold of it. There's not many people hit the ball as hard as she does. It's just this mixture. It's what.
Yeah, they're the returns that you've got to be putting in the court somehow. Final set, every point is key.
40-15.
Just didn't read that serve at all.
Mcdonald.
Oh, good hold. Much better start to this set than the second set for Ella Mcdonald. Second set, I think she was just enjoying the moment too much a little bit. But there's the score, 2-1, Ella Mcdonald, third set. And already a little bit of frustration getting in with Coco. She wasn't too happy with one of the bounces. Thought that was a fault. The ball with the serve was long. And these are little moments that she can sometimes have. So, you know, Ella Mcdonald, she sort of looks like she's camped down. She's ready to play this set. Second set was Coco played better, but I thought Mcdonald went away a little bit there.
Yeah, I think this is a. Should have ideally would have liked to have been a break up by now in the first couple of service games to stamp her authority again in the third set. But the longer this set goes on and she doesn't get the break, she's going to get more nervous and more twitchy as the set goes on. So excellent start for Mcdonald in this third set.
Time.
Just what she wanted.
Love.
Could return that from Mcdonald, but you can see again just Coco a little bit slow in moving back to that deep return and falling off the ball.
Yeah, she shouldn't be getting called off balance as much as she is.
Sharper with her legs after her serve to try and get in position.
And credit to Mcdonald, she's just getting on with business. You know, there's a few winners coming at her, but she's staying in there. No, she's not out of this match. That's a sloppy one, though. That's
30,
one.
15.
Really like that back. 15 on a second serve right into a strike zone. Again, that's just a bit of inexperience.
Yeah, that second serve there,
14,
return at 15 all. She's missed a few of those second serve returns, trying to go inside out in that forehand. She's missed 5 or 6 of those now. I'd be trying to go more into the backhand side or up the middle.
Game, Vandeweghe. 2 games all, final set.
Again, though, when you think of Ella Mcdonald, though, you know, where she's come into this event, she pre-qualifying, but this is a step up in class, really, with what she's used to, and she's showing that she deserved that spot in the draw. She's not overawed at all. And she's going toe-to-toe with the number 2 seed 15. Here, former number 9 in the world. Semi-finals of 2 slams in singles. And it's a good performance.
Well, it's a great performance. I think she's done exceptionally well to look at ease out there and not be rushed and not be overawed and play her game. I think it's been excellent.
Look at this.
Excellent serving.
15.
Three in a row?
Yeah.
I think there's 3 aces in a row. If she gets this one, that would be just too good. Yeah, no one aces Coco Vandeweghe 4 times in a row. It's impossible.
Play good hands from Coco.
40-30.
A few of those today. Sneaking in on the backhand side, especially nice. Inside out backhand volley.
Led, second service. Mcdonald.
Oh, another impressive hold.
Mcdonald leads by 3-2, final set.
And she's hanging in there. Well, she's doing more than that. She's up 3-2. Mcdonald leading on serve in the 3rd set. Well, we've seen 2 good performances by the Brits out on these courts today.
Oh, it's been excellent, isn't it? Beth Gray was
sensational. But again, certainly she's got, although she hasn't played much at all, but she's got more experience than this lady in the picture. She's only 16 years old, but this is tremendous as well. Win or lose now.
No, absolutely, yeah. Should be proud of her performance. I think her team will be happy, and I think she'll take a lot of confidence. Whatever happens here, clearly, if she wins, it's going to be a huge win.
Yeah.
But either way, this is a great day that she'll never forget and hopefully push on from.
Yep. And now we're getting to that stage where it starts to get a little bit tight. You know, the experienced player, Coco Vandeweghe, deep down when she saw the draw here, would have been thinking, wouldn't take anybody lightly, but and she's thinking pretty much I'm in the 2nd round without going crazy here. And now it's 2-3 on serve.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error now.
No. And when she's in these positions, sometimes she does tend to force. And if she does that, we'll see a lot more errors coming.
15 love.
Yeah, if Ella can make some second serve returns and just make Coco work for the point, she could get some errors exactly like what happened in the 1st set.
15 all.
Uh-oh.
15, 30.
There we go. The nerves are kicking in here now.
Yeah.
All.
Good shot from Coco. It's a tricky ball. Ball's coming off the side of the court, but didn't overplay. Got her reward. Not an easy backhand that was.
Led for service.
That was a very good second serve there.
40-30.
She's having a bit of wobble on the first serves, and that was a big point. She smacked it out wide well.
Game, Vandeweghe.
Well, in the end, it looked pretty good
You
there.
both,
A couple of double faults though in a row.
3 games all, final
Yeah,
set.
she did well to get out of that game, but you can see how all of a sudden a couple errors can come out of nowhere, and if Ella can just keep hanging in, keep her nose in front, holding serve, she's in with a chance.
Does Coco think it's a break? Or is she changing rackets? Yep, changing a bat. I always think this is something that should be done a lot quicker as well. When you change a racket, it's your responsibility.
Yeah.
Get there in 30 seconds.
Especially when it's your opponent that has to serve as well.
Yeah.
So disrupting the rhythm of the server.
Yeah. Yeah, that can happen.
Love 15.
Oh.
Love 30.
Sweet strike.
Incredible return.
Well, and as we've seen, she can make errors in a row, but she can also, when she gets hot, she can string 3 or 4 winners in a row as well. That was a good ace there to disrupt that possible little pattern occurring.
All.
Incredible, isn't it? That's something that you'd expect from a very experienced player to come up with 2 aces at love 33 all in the third set. It's clutch.
That's a big return miss at 30 all second serve, right into her strike zone on the forehand side. I mean, it jammed her a little bit, but it's a good pullback. But
Mcdonald.
sloppy from the American there. Not taking her
Mcdonald
chance.
leads by 4 games to 3, final set.
Ella Mcdonald doing tremendously well to hang in here, and she leads 4-3 in the third set.
she served so well today. Really impressive on the serve, the way she's sometimes injected a bit of extra pace and sometimes taking the pace off and sliding it with the lefty angles down the tee on the juice and on the ad out wide. Mixed it, served into Coco's forehand body quite a lot. It's been a struggle for Coco to get on top of her serve.
And it's not the most powerful serve, is it? I mean, but it's she swings it well and hits the spots. But imagine a couple of years. I mean, she's only 16. 2 or 3 years and she gets physically stronger. She'll be able to add some more punch to it as well. She's going to have a brutal serve to come, especially on this surface.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a dangerous serve. Already is.
Yeah,
a good serve, but it's just going to get better.
Time.
Well, and the pressure switches once again. And now it's all on Coco Vandeweghe, serving at 3-4 in the third set.
Let for service. Love.
Lucky, right idea. Try and block that return, just a little bit loose with the wrist, a bit firmer on contact. I think she would have controlled the ball a bit better.
Love.
Good start here. Good rhythm on the serve. Needs to lock this type of rhythm in now for the rest of this match, the rest of this set.
Love.
Good hold.
Vandeweghe.
Solid hold.
4 games all, final set.
Twelve aces each they've both had. You wouldn't have thought that, would you, before this match? You would have thought Coco Vandeweghe would have dominated in that department. Now it's crunch time. 4-all, third set, second round of the Wimbledon qualifying. That's the goal.
15, love.
This is the first round, obviously. Again, wild mistake there to start off the game.
Yeah, way too loose, that forehand error from Coco. See, she's guessing on the return. She was nowhere near that serve.
Love.
This is where someone with that experience at these moments in the match, you expect it to be playing real tight, tough tennis, making every ball, making Ella work for every point, and it's just not happening.
There you see that on that return she blocked it back.
30, 15.
Got the ball back in play. You're exactly right. You're playing against an inexperienced opponent at this age. This stage of the match, you must make a play.
Forward to 15.
A good second serve, but again, just can't make those type of errors.
40-30.
Slightly leaning back off that one.
Mcdonald.
Well, she saved the best.
Mcdonald leads by 5-4, final set.
Saved the best serve for last in that game. That swinging out, serve out wide. She remains in front, 5-4, third set. Well, are we going to have another tiebreaker in the third?
We could have. But look, it's you know, pressure's on Coco now. She's got to stay focused and serve well, because there has been a couple of times in this match where she's given 2 or 3 points away, and that was to happen again. This could be upset of the event so far.
Definitely. Yeah, I must say, Ella Mcdonald looks very, very calm. She really does.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with that side of her.
Yeah.
She's been great. Excellent to watch.
Yeah. Just embracing the situation and enjoying going up against a star quality player who's the number 2 seed. So now Coco Vandeweghe serving at 4-5 to stay in this match.
Led for service.
Up.
15, love.
Well, she needed that one.
30, love.
That little comfort of a little lead, 30 love. No, you can't relax, but at least gives you a little bit of a gap. It's just a loose forehead.
30, 15.
The return from Ella, good contact. Aggressive return, good targets. Straight up the middle of the court.
Oh boy. Off balance, good return of serve right down the middle, smart shot, and it brings her up to match point. Can you believe this? Oh well.
Yes.
Nice. Almost frustration in that serve. She just belted it. What a time to serve an ace.
Oh, she needed that.
Advantage Vandeweghe.
Glorious serve.
Yeah, there's no chance there for Ella. That was too good. That would have aced anyone.
Game. Vandeweghe.
What a stretch of serving.
Final set.
How do you coach her? How do you play against her? She serves a double fault. She looks all over the place, out of balance, misses a ball 30-40, and then she just gets up to the line and serves 3 aces. I wasn't in any trouble. What are you guys talking about? 5-all third set.
Love.
A lot of frustration, knowing again that she's given another unforced error on a big point, big moments of the match. Needs to be asking more questions of Ella in this game. Great shot from Ella, great hands.
30 love.
Redirect that down the line off what was a good return from Coco.
Thirty, 15.
No, that's the inexperience there showing. That was totally the wrong shot to do at any stage, but particularly at this stage. The ball was coming at her fast. Drop shot was the wrong shot. Now she's rushing here a bit. Needs to calm down a little bit. Take her time.
Left for service.
Oh, my word. That.
40-30.
What an opportunity. Played so well to get into that rally. Mid-court forehand, her best shot on the approach shot, and misses it by miles. Just looking at the racket, it's almost like the tension is not right.
It looked like she completely run into the ball. Ended up rushed.
Oof. Well, they're both getting tight here. That's all. I mean, you can understand it really from Ella Mcdonald, but Coco Vandeweghe should be been there, done this many times.
Advantage, Mcdonald.
That just sums up her returning over the course of the match, just getting tied up, never making enough space for herself. She just hasn't read Ella's serve at all. Inconsistently off balance off her return.
Yeah, got rid of the frustrations there. She needs to be telling herself, move the feet, get those feet going. Everybody, feet get tight at big points, move them.
Advantage, Mcdonald.
Just can't string two together. Solid serve.
Game.
Yeah.
Mcdonald.
That was a game that she really should have won, Coco Vandeweghe.
6 games to 5. Final set.
Ella Mcdonald up 6-5 now in the third set.
It's tough to know which way to go on this one. This is 50-50 right now.
Normally you would give it to the experienced player, but you can't in this case because Coco Vandeweghe hasn't given you anything to feed off to say, well, she's more solid. She hasn't been today. If anything, actually, Ella Mcdonald's been more solid. She's got a little bit wobbly that game, but she regained it at the right time.
Yeah, she's the one that's had a match point in the last Coco service game. Yeah, there's been a few important moments for Coco where you'd expect her to step up and show her experience, but it hasn't been the case.
Fifteen. 15 love.
Well done.
Love.
Calmly done. She has come forward. She's volleyed very well.
It's just that stringing them together. 2 good points. And then the backhand where she's got the whole open court to aim at and rotates the hip too soon and whips that ball cross court and misses it by a couple of feet.
Forty, 15. Oh. 40-30.
A little bit too.
Games all, final set.
A little bit too passive
Ladies
there.
and gentlemen, a 10-point tiebreak will now be played.
On that first forehand, she had a chance to put in the passing shot and try to lob. And now we're in for another third set tiebreaker. First to 10, win by 2. And no predictions, unless you want to have a prediction, because I have absolutely no idea.
I have no idea, but I'm going to keep my British hat on. I'm going to go for Ella to pull through.
Okay.
Mcdonald. 1-all. Vandeweghe.
Good rhythm on those two serves.
Yeah, she served well in the last couple of service games, and at the end of that game where she had the match points with the 3 aces, she's had a little vein of form on serve. Again, similar pattern.
2-all.
A lot of returns on her racket that she could be making, but frustratingly for her, she's not making enough of them.
Ooh. 3-2 Vandeweghe.
Well, Coco Vandeweghe was moving up big time into the service court there. Whether or not Mcdonald saw her and just tried a bit too much, I don't know. But a mini break, but with the luxury of a 10-point tiebreaker, there's still plenty of time here. Well, not plenty, but it's not the 7-point tiebreaker, which be a little bit too quick. Nicely done. Coco's forgotten she's got to change ends.
4-2 Vandeweghe.
I'll be hoping that Coco can miss the first serve or two just to have a chance to get into a couple of rallies here. Making a lot of first serves in the last 5-10 minutes, Coco.
Certainly a long gap between this point.
To Vandeweghe.
There's a bit of a lead. Big points coming up for Ella here. She can just hang on to these 2 points.
Now that's one of her best returns for a long while.
6-2 Vandeweghe.
Yeah, it's very similar to the one that she missed earlier in the tiebreak, but this time really connecting well.
What was her boyfriend Carl there? Looked a bit better now, a bit more relaxed. Certainly wasn't relaxed when she was down match point, his girlfriend Coco. Now a
7-2.
commanding position here now for Vandeweghe.
Yeah, it's a decent sized lead, that, with your serve coming up and how well she's been serving in the last part of this match.
Another good serve.
8-2 Vandeweghe.
My call's not looking good at this stage, but
no,
still
put too
hanging in
much
there.
money on it. Well, that was a fantastic second serve kicker there.
9-2 Vandeweghe.
Now a bunch of match points at 9-2.
Let second service.
Save one.
9-3 Vandeweghe.
Something we were looking for at the beginning of the match was how she would carry herself, and I think she's done an excellent job of that.
Definitely.
Not easy going out there for your first senior matches with someone that's, you know, ranking-wise, experience-wise, in a different world, really. But she's kept it right there for the whole match.
Oh, what a delight that was.
Beautiful. I think that's the first drop shot she's played off the backhand side. She's played a bunch on the forehand side, but great hands.
Gorgeous. 2 match points saved. Still got 5 to go. Oh my heavens. Did I just see what I just saw?
She's been so safe overhead, isn't she, with these kind of easy balls? But
that is, I mean, that was a Christmas present. That is just, I mean, that she makes that 99 times out of 100. Another match point goes away. And another one.
9-6.
Now the tightness is coming back.
Big time. Big time. She can't believe this match is still going on.
Yep, she should be in the locker room by now. Still got 3 more match points. Oh, what a point.
It's incredible. Great hands again from Ellen Mcdonald. This will be interesting if she can just get 1 more point here. Great serve.
Are you kidding me?
9-8. Vandeweghe.
That's 6 match points. She's saved, isn't it? That's 6. The last one to go. Now, does Coco Vandeweghe go for it here? Hit the three-quarter serving. I think she goes for an ace.
She goes for it. I don't think she's got any interest in any rally whatsoever. She needs a cheap point.
Oh, she had that ball right on her racket. What a fight back. What an effort. Coco Vandeweghe wins 7-6 in the third, 10-8 tiebreaker. Clinches it on her 7th match point, and she was fortunate then as well.
Incredible match. What a performance from Ellen Mcdonald. Hugely impressed with her, not just with her tennis, just how she carried herself through the match, and just looked like she felt so at ease in playing with such a player that's clearly in a different world ranking-wise and experience-wise. She should take so much from this performance, and wish her all the best moving forward from here, because she's got a bright future ahead of her.
That is for sure. That was an amazing effort. Came on the court there, going up against the former #9 in the world, the 2nd seed in the tournament. And this was totally unexpected to have a match like this. And now Coco is with John Inverdale.
Well, Coco, many congratulations for getting through that. I suspect that's kind of how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, it sucked. What can I say?
Talk us through that tiebreak, because at 9-2, kind of everybody left, and then suddenly it was 3, and then it was 4. And what were you feeling?
Everybody left me?
No, I mean...
I already walked off the court?
No,
yeah,
no.
I felt like that too. Yeah, it kind of was a walkabout.
And how do you rationalize it, or do you just have to put it away?
I don't. There's nothing to rationalize. It was sloppy, it was terrible, it wasn't a good performance. It wasn't the caliber of tennis that I like to play.
But at the end, you have to say, I'm in the next round.
I am, but there's a lot to work on.
We'll let you do it.
Thank
you very much.
Well, and Ella Mcdonald there coming off the court. What a fabulous performance. And obviously you could see Coco Vandeweghe there, that even though she got through, bitterly disappointed with her performance. But a win is a win. That's the way she'll have to look at it. But as she says, a lot of work to do. But this was a fine match, and certainly a nail-biter at the end, when it looked like the match was going away quickly in that tiebreaker. But no, this lady in the picture was not having any of it, and she fought right to the last point. And we've had an exceptional day of tennis today. Some wire-to-the-wire matches. Quality was today in this match was up and down, particularly from this lady in the picture, Coco Vandeweghe, who hit some brilliant shots, but and then also, and you could see that was match point, and even though she won, she was not a happy camper. I mean, the double faults there for Coco Vandeweghe. That's 10. I know she served 16 aces, but 10 double faults. That's not going to do the job there, really. I mean, it was just the unforced errors. She made a lot of winners, as you would expect, 32-17, but double the errors that she made over Ella Mcdonald, who did a tremendous job soaking up the pressure and getting one more ball back into play. But a sloppy match from Coco Vandeweghe, but she got through, and a great effort from Ella Mcdonald.
In the third set, you sure know now, because we have had so many match tiebreaks, it hasn't been true, and the quality of the tennis has been fantastic, agonizing stuff on both sides of the net, really. And I mean, Jamie, in terms of the overall quality of what we've seen today, it really has been terrific.
Yeah, I've loved it. 2 amazing matches that I was commentating on. I thought Beth Gray was
fantastic. Her fighting spirit, plays some great tennis at times. But I've got to say, for me, the player of the day was Ella Mcdonald. I thought she did really, really well coming out here for the first time in senior tennis, and I was really impressed. I think she did really, really well.
And when you've won a match and played very badly, the last thing you want to do is talk to some idiot with a microphone, isn't it?
Well, Coco clearly did want to, but there is an element of relief. Look, if you can win playing badly, then there's something there, and hopefully in an hour or two she'll be able to reflect on that, and plenty for her to improve on. But like Jamie said, Ella Mcdonald put up a really great fight. She almost had it on that final point. She had that volley right on her racket, but it's a great match for her to really learn from and continue to improve. She's got everything ahead of her, and Coco, well, she's battling a lot of things at the moment.
We had a good long chat about the women's draw, or the women's seedings at Wimbledon earlier in the programme. So here are the men's seedings, the top 16. In the absence of Zverev, injured after that shocking fall against Nadal in Paris, and obviously Medvedev not able to play because of his nationality. So we've got Djokovic, Nadal, Ruud, Tsitsipas, Alcaraz, Auger-Aliassime, Hurkacz, Berrettini as the top 8, really. And of course, Wimbledon nowadays just goes by the rankings. But if it was the good old days and they did it on grass court form, and assuming that Andy's able to play, you might give us an exclusive steer on that. Would you have seeded Andy, and if so, where?
Ooh. I mean, I kind of personally like the seedings done a little bit on the surface. So I think Andy's for sure good enough to be seeded in the main draw, and he's going to be one of the, I don't know about the favourites, but he's going to be up there, able to beat a lot of those guys in the draw. I personally would have done, he's got his history on grass is so strong. He's won Queens 5 times, and obviously his record at Wimbledon, I would have seeded him, because I think there's a lot of players in that seeded spot that he'll be very confident of beating.
Well, what do you think about the possibility of Murray, Djokovic, Murray, Nadal first round?
Well, I think it's something for the opponent really to worry more about than Andy Murray, because Andy Murray's the guy with the metal hip. The pressure is all on, I mean, if it is Djokovic or whoever it is, a seeded player, the pressure is on that person's shoulders, because Andy Murray's going to have the home support. He knows how that grass court plays. He knows every inch of the court. So I'm more worried for the opposition rather than Andy Murray.
And Berrettini seeded 8. He's going to be in the quarterfinals against either Novak or Rafa. So that, in a sense, that's a shame as well, because you kind of feel he ought to be seeded higher than he is. But that surely is the match that one of those top 2 is going to be dreading.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name that I actually saw in the list earlier. I was like, well, where's he going to end up in the draw? Because he's one of the favourites to win it. And without someone like Casper Ruud, he's obviously incredibly highly ranked, but on grass he's not going to be challenging at the end. So I think Berrettini's the one to watch.
And what about Cam Norrie? Seeded in the top 10. I mean, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? I mean, Cam Norrie is just someone who I admire hugely. I mean, his work ethic, his attitude, and what he's achieved in this sport. I don't think anyone would have had him down as a top 10 player, but he can go far, and it's his attitude that will take him there.
Okay, well, as you can see, the sun is still beating down. It's actually warmer now, I think, than it has been at any time in the first 2 days of the qualifying, and we've got plenty more to come. This is what we've got in store for you tomorrow, with players like, look at Aidan McHugh, young Scottish player from Great Britain, against Andrea Seppi, 38 years old, and Coco's back at the end of the day, perhaps in a better mood, perhaps playing a bit better tennis. We shall see. Anyway, we've had a great first couple of days. Look forward to your company again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. See you then.
Strict test, 2-2.